I'd like to call this meeting to order. If you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is a moment of silence.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Trustee Mason.
I recommend that we do this to reflect the loss of Lakin Riley, who was taken from us by the illegal immigrants just recently.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Present.
Trustee Reinders. Present. Trustee McNaughton.
Present.
Trustee Consolino.
Present.
Trustee Fialco.
Present.
Trustee Stylen.
Present.
Mayor Knightsky-Troicki.
Present. All right, next is community recognition. Recognition of the LTHS girls wrestling team.
Nice.
We will, go ahead.
Just ask that once we get down to call your names, you just come up one at a time. On February 24th, the Lockport Township High School girls wrestling team made history for LTHS in more ways than one. The girls team, coached by Nathaniel Roth, placed second in Bloomington, Illinois at the IHSA Girls State Championship. Homer Glen's very own Claudia Heaney overcame an injury very early in the season that sidelined her for about 5 weeks. Claudia returned back to the mat right before regionals and found herself as a sophomore right back at the state finals and became the first female in the history of Lockport Township High School to win a state title. She finished her season with a 21-1 record. Elizabeth Ramirez is the lone senior who has been with the team since it formed 3 years ago and will be graduating this year. Another honorable mention is Morgan Turner, who placed first this year at the IHSA Girls Championship, becoming the second female in history for Lockport to win a state title. Congratulations, ladies. First we would like to call up Avery Colella. Okay. And then if you guys just, are you gonna do? Just have them stay up here and then do, okay, never mind. Oh, I gotta. Yeah, do it all at once. Veronica Skabicki. Ella Vicario. Yeah. Liz Ramirez. Bella Ramondo. Lucy Madrigal. Kylie Green. Miranda Powley. And then that second, that one right there that's on top, just stick that under. She's not here. Correct. And then Claudia Heaney. And then also on the team is, that is not here tonight, is Lizzie Rock, Dakota Obish, Kira Lopez, Sophie Kellner, Abby Carroll, Rebecca Ramirez, Lydia Krobeck, and then Morgan Turner.
They're all the same height. But there's a difference in what.
Okay. I have one more community recognition. I just wanted to take a minute and recognize all of these, all the candidates who are running for local office. It's not easy, and at times it can be very exhausting. The last few elections have been pretty brutal, and by the sounds of it, this one's not any better. We had a gentleman here last meeting who stated he was being harassed and had photos taken of him, and he was on his very own block. I later found the photos that were posted on Facebook, and they were claiming some pretty terrible things of him. So whoever did post those things should really be ashamed of themselves. That's not how our residents should conduct ourselves, and it's not what our community is about. So I just wanted to give a few words of advice for those running. Keep your head up. If someone's trying to pull you down, just remember they're already beneath you. Do not engage, even when they are trying to hit below the belt. Hitting below the belt just shows that they are truly weak individuals and they have nothing else left. If there are multiple people who choose to follow the leader of ignorance and the ignorance crew, just remember it's easy to stand with a crowd and hide, or hide behind a keyboard with a fake profile, than it is to stand alone. People eventually see who's who. When people throw stones, don't throw them back. Collect them and build an empire. That's all the words I have to say for the candidates running. Good luck to them all. Moving on to amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes. Go ahead.
Trustee Fialko?
Go.
Nope. I'll say who goes. Trustee Fialko, you go first.
Okay, I'd like to move 12 to 11 and 11 to 12.
But okay, is there a second to move?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any more amendments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to move K1 out of the consent agenda. Bottom line, I know that we've agreed to get emails on this, and yes, it's in the packet, and yes, I did get an opportunity to go over it, but I would like to go over it a little more thoroughly to make sure that we're protecting the village.
Trustee Mason, you're saying to move it. Do you want to keep it on the agenda and move it
I
somewhere else?
want to keep it on the agenda and move it into legislative items.
So above L1,
Yes, ma'am.
is there a second?
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Fialko?
Aye?
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Any more amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
I'll second.
Trustee Reinders, Trustee Fialko, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Motion carries. Approval of minutes, I don't think we have any today. Public comments. Just a reminder to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you. John Walters.
We on? Okay. So I'm bringing you a prayer again today for the board. Almighty God, we humbly come before you, seeking your blessing for a successful meeting. We ask for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we fellowship with each other in a peaceful and loving manner. Help us to engage in meaningful discussions as we share each other our love and care for our community and allow us to grow closer. We ask that you bless our nation and raise up leaders that will defend our freedom and the belief in God that our founding fathers based our Constitution on. We thank you for hearing our prayer. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, John. The next one is 3 names. I can't read the first one, but Janet and Jay, did you guys want to wait until?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Rich, Janet, and Jay until after short.
Rich, got it, okay. Angela Adolph?
Hi, good evening. I've spoke to you guys before. My name is Angela Adolph. I work at Lockport Township High School, member of the administration. Just wanted to reach out real quick to invite anyone that had questions or concerns about anything with the district to please come and speak to district office personnel or anyone at the school. We've been seeing lots of information about the referendum that we have on the ballot on the 19th. And we want to mostly make sure that people understand what the facts are that are being presented to the public. It's hard sometimes. We know that everyone has the best of intentions, but we want to make sure that as a community, we're all extremely proud of our high school. The young ladies that here like literally made history. We love being a part of that. The majority of the people that I work with also live in our community. So it's important to us on a personal level as well as a professional level that we're open and honest with all of the communications that we have. So if there's anything that we can do, any questions that we can answer, I hope that you always know you can reach out to me personally, to Dr. McBride, the superintendent. The principals also live in our community. I feel like our community is extraordinarily fortunate that the largest employer of our community also houses the most of our, most of those people live here. So we take great pride in our school, and we are excited for what the future holds. So I hope that you reach out if there's anything we can ever do. We appreciate the friendship that we have with our community members and the relationships we're building with our elected officials. So thank you.
Barry Booth, you're next on there. Did you want to wait as well, or did you want to speak now? Wait? Okay. And George Arnold, same. And then Christy Nazar. I'd like to recognize you two for a second. You can come up to the podium. On her topic, she put happy comments with a smiley face. I love that.
It's a happy one.
I love that.
And I wanted to tell you guys, I'm Christy Nasser, Chrisland Farm, 14862 West 143rd Street, Homer Glen. I just want to apologize if all you guys did not know that we had the greet and meet at my place on Sunday for Chuck Mayer, who's running for county executive. I apologize because I'm very slow and I don't know how to do really the email, so it was kind of by word, by mouth, and we put it together in less than 24 hours. So the next one that we do it, make sure that everybody hears about it. He's really, really swell. It was really nice at the farm too. So, and I also wanted to reach out to everybody that's really fighting to help 143rd Street, the project. We get it, the 2 lanes, and trying to stop this at least 5 lanes. So I really appreciate the village working with the township. My blessings, my love you guys, I really do, for all that type of stuff too. So really keep it up. I just can't thank you guys enough for all the support you guys are giving us and stuff like that too. So, and I was also wondering too, did you guys file yet with the lawsuit?
So during public comment, we don't do question answer, but I will address it in my
Very
report.
good. But thanks again for all the support on 143rd Street. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Another smiley face.
All right, that closes public comment. We're moving on to reports and communications from president and other officers. Village Manager Joe Baber.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'd like to thank our Parks Department for their work that they've recently done at Stonebridge Park. They cleared out a lot of invasive weeds and things like that and made the whole flagpole area look a lot more attractive. They were going to be putting down some mulch. It's a effort that will require less maintenance down the road, so I applaud them for their efforts. Also, I would like to say we're meeting tomorrow regarding partnering with some of our other Illinois American Water customer communities to fight the potential rate hike, which they plan on filing with the ICC. We'll be meeting tomorrow with that. Dan, we did reach out to Clark Mosquito regarding some information and getting that on our website. The gentleman who we deal with is currently out of town to the end of the month, but we will be following up with that and getting that information on our website. Also, letters went out today to local businesses regarding their spring cleanup efforts, maintenance, parking lot, potholes, you name it. We're going to be diligently going out and talking to all businesses regarding that. We usually do this annually, but given the current complaints that we've been receiving, we're going to be hitting that a little bit harder. And that's kind of concludes my report. I would just like to turn it over to Brett Westcott at this time to give an update on the parking at Heritage Park and what's progressed today. Thank you.
So just for the future, if you're going to give your time to someone else, you have to direct it towards me, and then I direct
I'm
it.
sorry, Mayor, I may direct my time to Director Westcott?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was just told, notified by the attorney. Go ahead, Brett.
Just to give you guys a quick update on what's going on in Heritage Park parking expansion. I know things have been quiet out there for a little bit, but we're back in action today. They poured over 1,000 feet of curb today. We finished a lot of the big chunk of the inner ring road, a big chunk of the east lot over here. They'll have maybe a day left of pouring some radiuses in there, and then once they have that wrapped up, they'll move on to the next phase, which will be doing some fine grading with some stone, and then move on to asphalt. And we hope that the east lot and the inner ring road will be paved in the coming months here.
Does that conclude your report, Joe? All right, now moving on to the village trustees. Trustee Mason?
I just want to say thank you to Parks as well for beautifying Stonebridge, and thank you, Mr. Westcott. I know you and I have been having plenty of communication on what was transpiring, and I knew that because I drove by today, but thank you for advising the public. Thank you, sir.
Trustee Fialco?
No report, ma'am.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Trustee Reinders?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm reporting for the Parks and Recreation Committee. At our March meeting, the committee decided on a vendor and a rendering for Old Oak Villas Park. I know everybody's waiting for this. That whole area over there has been waiting such a long time for that park. So we finally looked at a bunch of renderings, and we came up with a great rendering. It basically kind of like it's kind of like a fort, a lot of woodsy, and we tried to stay really close to what the area was. We didn't want to put a park in there that was going to really stand out and be so different than the color of the houses, the garages, and all of that. So we're real excited about it. So it will definitely, it will resemble composite wood, and it will have green shades to match the vegetation that's over there. Also, the amenities are going to include inclusive equipment for that playground as well. So we looked at a lot of different things, and we want to make sure that we include all of our handicapped kids there so that they'll be able to enjoy their park as well. Moving on, the grand opening for the Stonebridge tennis courts will be on May 8th at 10 a.m. We will have refreshments and a few handouts. Everyone is invited to attend. Again, I also would like to thank Jennifer Vittori for her and her staff for a great job that they did on Stonebridge Park. It looks beautiful. And as you know, we put out an RFP for the revisions of the master plan for Heritage Park. We actually were blessed with 6 different landscape architects responding. So we will be reviewing them at our next committee meeting, and we will keep you informed. And that's my report.
Thank you, Trustee Reinders. Trustee Fialco? Oh, did I? Oh, just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Mayor. No report.
Trustee Stylen?
Just want to say that all sounds very exciting, Trustee Reinders. I don't have any report. Thank you.
Trustee Consolino?
Reporting for Environment Committee. Pretty soon we're going to be doing stargazing and our Young Seedlings event coming up in May. We're also going to have a sloth and some other really cool animals present in case the weather ends up being crappy, because unfortunately that happens to us sometimes in May. We're also going to be looking for candidates for our big tree contest coming up soon. So please, if anybody has any very large trees that they see in the area, let us know so we can come out and measure them. And then also we're going to be posting on our village website for the Environment Committee information regarding saving money for energy efficiency and appliances and rebates that are out there with the IRS. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Consolino. Village Clerk?
I know early voting it is on Friday. It ends on Friday, right? Yeah. And then voting is next Tuesday.
March 19th, right? March 19th, okay. Village Attorney?
Joseph, stay.
Yes, good evening. We were asked and by the village manager, Mr. Baber, to review and incorporate edits to two agreements that the village was in process of developing. One was for court rentals and the other one was for larger field facility rentals. Our firm completed that, and those are on file with Joe, Mr. Baber, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Public safety officials? All right, that leaves me. Just a couple of little updates. Homer highlights, we did 2 of them already. The second one, we failed. Something happened, something went wrong, so we weren't able to post it. So Sue, I asked Trustee Stylen to join me on this one, and I was gonna ask another trustee for the next time, but we get to do it again, Trustee Stylen. But that's where we updated about 143rd Street too, which I know Ms. Nasser had asked about that as well. So 143rd Street, what a mess. The county, so a lot of people were asking about what happened at the special meeting that was called by either the executor or the leader. I have no idea who actually called the meeting, but what happened was the state's attorney had given an opinion via email. An hour before the special meeting, from what I understand, the state's attorney had then given another opinion and had told the board members if they were to go into that board meeting, they would be recognizing the county executive's veto. 14 of the board members, I believe, 16, I think, believed that walking out of the meeting or not attending the meeting was the best way to avoid recognizing the veto. So now here we are. From what I understand, the Judy Agala is going to ask for a special state's attorney to represent them to challenge the veto process or what took place with the veto. The question is asked, is the village going to seek their own attorney? Yes, we were in the process of looking into attorney. We had asked our own law firm to take a stab at it. However, we found out that there may be a possible conflict of interest. We did reach out to the state's attorney to find out if there was a conflict of interest. They stated no. However, I would like that in writing so then we can proceed with our own village attorney to proceed forward on filing an injunction on whatever happened in Will County. Does that answer your question? Okay. Just a couple other things. The gates at Culver Park, people keep asking why the gates were removed at Culver's Park. Unfortunately, it was being used as a dog park where doggies were leaving little presents left around and then kids were playing in little presents, and we just don't want that. So we just removed the gates and it's been working ever since. The village staff did a great job. We did a blanket for a blanket. I was hoping to raise about $1,500. We only raised about $450. It's where all staff every day got down and planked for a minute. So I paid $1 for every employee who planked for 1 minute, and we did it 450 times. So $450 will be donated. Yeah. And it was pretty cool. I think staff is continuing to do it. Brett Westcott, our village engineer, he led the charge. I'd walk in the door and he would yell, "Walk the plank!" And so everyone would get down and plank, and Janie joined us. It was a lot of fun. So we did it in heels and everything. Well, not Brett, but I did. But Brent Woods is pitching in, and he's going to donate half of the money. So myself and Brett are going to pitch in half, but we're trying to think of another fun way to keep the fun vibes going in the village and raise money for a good cause. So that's going to wrap up my report there. We're going to move on to legislation and action items, which was the consent agenda, which was K1, which is now moved to L half, I guess. Yeah.
L0.
L0. So the motion is consider for approval the accounts payable for period of March 1st, 2024 through March 14th, 2024 in the amount of $71,557.33. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Fialko, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Mason. Trustee Fialko, do you have anything on it?
I don't have anything.
Trustee Mason, do you?
I looked through it already.
I just worry, I know we're getting, excuse me. I just worry, I know we're getting contracts and they're signed, and I just want to make sure that we're protecting the village. Again, there was no email sent that I seen unless I deleted it accidentally. But I didn't see anything until I got this packet, and I think that we all need time to go through those items.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee
Thank you.
Consolino?
No.
Trustee Reinders?
No.
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Okay, I do have something. I talked to Village Manager Joe Baber about this. So we used to have what was called A&F, which you'll see on the agenda. It's going to be discussed later on. So instead of doing A&F meetings before the board meeting, taking up 3 trustees' times plus myself, we were getting emails, A&F emails telling us and explaining everything that's in this long packet. That number I just read, that $71,000 number, is what is in this packet. So we get a list of all the bills and expenditures and whatnot, but we used to get an email with some things on there. So for an example, we have the bands, their contract that was in there, and the trustees did not see those bands. So the question got raised, how do we know what the contract is? What are the rules? You know, stuff like that. I'm not real fond of the band contract. There's some questions I have about it, but Trustee Fialko, you and I can talk about that later and have it with the...
That was put together by legal.
Okay, well, I don't know which legal firm did it or which firm did it, but I'd like our legal to actually look at it because there's lots of loopholes, and I just would rather, we can approve them today, approve the bills today, but I think the contracts need to be reviewed by legal. So that's the only thing I have to say, and we can discuss that, me and you discuss it later. That's all I have. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialko?
He wanted something removed, but you didn't say what contracts, so we're voting on something that we have no idea what we're...
We're voting to pass it.
Some of these things are contractual, right? Not, a lot of them are contractual. We don't look at everyone. They're all under $5,000. And the thing is, it doesn't require it to go out to bid or even be approved by this board. So in the past, for the past 20 years, not one band contract was presented to the board because it's not required. So I think we're wasting time as far as getting bands secured. Joe's already signed, it's ready to go. It has nothing to do with reviewing contracts because it's not necessary. And it's the same contract that's been used for the last 4 years. I think Sue was involved in getting the new one established, and it's just no different this year than it's been for any other year. The requirement for it does not require even the board's approval, just the village manager's signature. So we're wasting time. And the contract that we have has held itself for the past 4 years. So I think we're wasting time. I just want to know what we're voting on, though. He made a comment about contracts, but not just the band contracts are contracts within here. There's other things that could be contracts. So it wasn't specific as to anything except a blanket statement. And I don't think we're voting to turn this whole packet down. And to me, I hate to put it that, but it doesn't, we're just wasting time.
Okay, are you done, Trustee Fialko?
Yeah, because other than I don't know what he was talking about.
Okay, so I'd like to, Trustee Mason, give me one moment. I'd like to address a few of the things that you said. For one, we're just going to remember that when we're referring to another board member, we don't call them by first name, we refer them to by trustee with so-and-so.
You've made that mistake.
I have, but I'm just reminding everyone because some complaints have been made, so I'm just addressing them now. Second thing is, I had asked for this to be taken out for this discussion. Not saying don't approve the bans, not approve everything that's on here. I wanted to make a statement that we need to discuss some contracts that are in here. Second, another thing you said was that none of these contracts are for more than $5,000. That is incorrect. You have a ban for $5,500, which needed both mine and Joe's approval.
No?
Yes.
Do you want to know why not?
Your excuse of you got a $5,000 whatever is not, that does not matter. You have a contract with a band performer for $5,500. Doesn't matter where the money came from. You still need to get 2 signatures on that.
So you're saying you're not signing it or what?
Trustee Fialko, if you would have seen the contracts, I already signed it.
Okay, then
So I didn't say that.
I guess why are we trying to pull it out of here?
If I could just finish saying what I'm saying. No. So the point of the contracts, the reason why I wanted to bring up the contracts is there's questions I have. One, it says in there if it rains, but if there's a thunderstorm, or if someone gets in a car accident, or someone's parent passes away and they're unable to attend, and we've for the last 2 years now, this year and last year, we had just started paying 50%. What happens if they don't show? Do we get our 50% back? Do they use it as a deposit for a future event? Do we have to pay them the remaining 50% if there's an act of God or something? Those things are not clear in the contract. And I just didn't want to waste time, as you said, discussing it now. I said we can discuss it later on. We're just approving the amounts.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because I must have misunderstood whether you wanted to take it out of the,
I'll explain that.
so.
I'm coming to you next. Trustee Mason?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Bottom line, I think we all push for transparency. We constantly do that. And what I had stated initially was I didn't receive an email. And sometimes it's hard to read these reports if you're not getting all the breakdowns, all the facts. It's one thing if we're having a discussion about this and I need to know the numbers, and I do think that our own litigation should review this because you and I, Trustee Fialco, have dealt with contracts in the past, and it matters to me, and it matters to our residents for transparency. I just want to make sure that, you know, we had talked about it initially. If we're going to put things on the consent agenda, we have to have, if we're going to have discussion about it, if I'm not receiving it in an email and then we haven't had the chance to talk. We, Trustee Reiners, myself, Sue, several of us talked about some other issues, but I couldn't really talk about this one until I know all the facts. Thank you, sir.
Trustee McNaughton, do you have anything?
No, I don't.
Trustee Kinsley, I'm just going to go around again.
Yes, I have a question. Mayor, is this something that should have gone before the FEST committee, or should it have gone before A&F?
So we don't have A&F now. This is why A&F was put on the agenda. I had spoken to Trustee Reiners about this stuff, but normally
it would have, correct? Or would it have been discussed at the committee level?
Normally it would not go to A&F, but it's on the packet that we're approving today for the dollar amount, and questions were raised. How much is this? Why is this? Okay. Why is it only $2,750? I thought the band was $5,500. Then it brought more discussions on 50% payment, which isn't in the contract. It just started to allude to, or started to bring up more questions. So I wanted to make it clear that we're just voting on the dollar amount, not the actual contract itself, the way the contract's written.
My suggestion then would be, you know, that this could have been discussed probably at last week's meeting instead of
It wasn't given to me, or actually, in fact, I don't believe any of the trustees actually got copies of the contracts. Did you get a copy? Yeah. So nobody got copies. It came before me when I had to sign, pre-sign checks, and then that's what started driving up all these questions.
Okay, thank you.
And I did reach out, Trustee Fialco, and asked you if you had any items that you wanted to discuss prior.
Yeah, there wasn't.
And you came back to me and said you hadn't had a chance to read it.
Point of order. We're only going to speak when called upon. Trustee Reiners, do you have anything?
Only that I'll go back to my original quote that I gave a few meetings back that said, if we're going to do this for one, we got to do it for all. It has to be consistent.
I agree. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialco.
You already called him once, but...
Well, he didn't answer.
Oh.
No, I still, Mike, what we're voting on is still the confusing part. We're not approving this whole packet, or we are approving this packet, right? That's where we're at. Yeah, aye.
He said aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye on the packet, and hopefully we get to review it.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to L1, consider for approval the proclamation for the Monarchs Pledge. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Mason, Trustee Reinders. Trustee Mason, do you have any comments?
I do not. I think this is a wonderful thing, and yes, please proceed.
Trustee Reinders, do you have any comments?
I have no comment. No.
Trustee McNaughton. Trustee
No, ma'am.
Fialco.
None?
Trustee Stylen.
Nope.
Trustee Consolino, would you like to read the pledge?
Yes, and I'd also like to point out this is the second year that we've been doing this. last year, my lovely staff found this for us, and it's extremely easy for us to abide by this because we already were. And the reason that we are so easily able to do this is that we work beautifully with the Homer Glen Junior Women's Club. So I can't say thank you enough for them to participating in this and assisting us with it. So let me read this as quickly as possible. This is a proclamation in support of the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. Whereas the Village of Homer Glen Code allows and promotes native landscaping, which reduces emissions and pesticide fertilizer runoff and provides wildlife corridors. And whereas the Village of Homer Glen promotes health and wellness, which includes an active connection to the environment and use of area green space, naturalized areas, parks, regional trails, and the forest preserve lands. And whereas flooding and stormwater management are an ongoing concern for Homer Glen area businesses and residents, and native planting and green space help mitigate these conditions. And whereas the Village of Homer Glen, located in northeastern Illinois, has long been on an annual monarch butterflies migration route of thousands of miles from Mexico to Canada, and has provided monarch caterpillars with native milkweed species, their sole source of food. And whereas Illinois designated the iconic monarch butterfly as the official state insect in 1975, and as a result of lobbying by Illinois school children. And whereas scientific studies point to the rapid decline of the monarch butterfly due to the loss of milkweed habitat needed to lay their eggs and for their caterpillars to eat, resulting from development, land management practices, and chemically aided agriculture in the United States and Canada. And whereas, because the decimation of pollinators, including the North American monarch, which serves as an iconic species, has potential negative consequences for natural ecosystems, as well as for human food production, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is currently studying the species to determine if it should be listed under the Endangered Species Act. And whereas, on a national level, conservation organizations such as the National Wildlife Federation and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have undertaken efforts to reinvigorate milkweed and the other nectar-producing plants to help restore monarch habitat in open spaces and suburban and urban gardens. And whereas, because there are many different species of milkweed in the U.S., it is important to recognize that only native milkweed is vital to the restoration and survival of the monarch habitat in Illinois. And whereas the village board has determined that it will serve and be in the best interests of the village and its residents to support the Mayor's Monarch Pledge as set forth in this proclamation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the Board of Trustees of the Village of Homer Glen, the support of the Mayor's Monarch Pledge in the Village of Homer Glen, Will County, Illinois, dated this 13th day of March 2024.
Yay for the monarchs. Trustee Reinders asked to add something.
I just wanted to add that Jennifer Vittori, our Parks and Recreation coordinator, has recently done some replanting in, we have some wild flower beds back in the back end of the park near the tennis courts and that. And what she did is she actually planted some plants that would definitely attract more of the monarch butterflies. So the Heritage Park, you'll see more and more in the area coming soon.
Nice.
Yeah.
Trustee Consolino, is it on May 11th when we do the Kite Fest? Is that when we're passing out those packets for the milkweed? That's okay. I have it in front of me. It says Kite Fest, May 11th.
Yes.
I'm cheating. So that's the day we're going to pass out the milkweed. So if anybody's interested in having their own little monarch garden, join us at the Kite Fest and you can get a packet. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye. Motion carries. Moving on to L2, consider for approval a proclamation designating March as Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month.
So moved.
I'll
Is there a
second.
Okay, what did I just do with it? Oh, I got the Marnock one. Do you have yours? Okay. I am going to read this one in honor of my son. Designation of March as Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month in the Village of Homer Glen. Whereas cerebral palsy is a group of disorders that affects normal movement in different parts of the body and has many degrees of severity. And whereas cerebral means having to do with the brain, palsy means a weakness or problems with using muscles and is caused by abnormal brain development or damage to the developing brain that affects a person's ability to control his or her muscles. And whereas cerebral palsy is the most common motor disability in children in childhood, with affects posture, gait, muscle control, and coordination of movement. And whereas about 1 in 345 children in the United States have been identified with cerebral palsy. And whereas every child who has cerebral palsy has a unique combination of strengths and challenges. And whereas over 1 million people in the U.S. are living with cerebral palsy. And whereas diagnosing cerebral palsy at an early age is important to the well-being of children and their families. Whereas there's no cure for cerebral palsy, but there's a treatment that can help both children and adults live a full life. Whereas the Village of Homer Glen has an ability awareness committee to promote awareness and advocate for inclusive community to enhance the self-sufficiency and quality of life for all differently abled residents of Homer Glen. And whereas the village encourages the wearing of green during the month of March to raise awareness for Cerebral Palsy Month and Cerebral Palsy Day on March 25th. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the Board of Trustees of the Village of Homer Glen that March is recognized as Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month in the Village Homer Glen, Will County, Illinois, dated this 13th day of March 2024. Does any trustees have any comments or anything to say? I do. Trustee Mason?
Yes, I know Gus. I have a differently abled granddaughter, and I built a little relationship with Gus, and actually I, as you know, swung by there today. I give Gus trucks and stuff. I was in the trucking industry, and he loves that. But today we made a treasure map. And I hope that went well.
All day.
But we made a treasure map, and I taught him what a treasure map was, and I told him he had to work on his dad to get him to find the treasure. And I believe we hid Iron Man, unless he changed that after I had left. But it was a lot of fun creating that treasure map with him.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Trustee Consolino?
No.
Trustee Fialko?
Nothing.
Trustee Reinders? All I want to say is I encourage parents that recognize that their child has a different way of going about things. I noticed something was different about my son at about the age of 5 months old. And we had an MRI done, and the MRI said he would never walk and he would never talk. We just found out the other day that his neurons in his brain have found a new path where he does walk and he does talk. And he actually runs around and does treasure maps and things with Kurt all day. So I just want to keep parents encouraged, when they do see something different with their child at first, work at it, keep going, anything is possible. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
I'd like to vote too. Aye. Motion carries. Yay. All right, number 3, consider for approval the mayor's appointment of Trustee Susanna Stylen, full name on that one, as a member to the Community Fest Committee. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Trustee Mason and Trustee Fialko. Trustee Mason, do you have any comments?
I think Sue's background, and she's been at this for a long time, will help. I remember about a meeting or two back, Trustee Fialko had stated that he would like more people attending his meetings. And, I just think between herself and him, that it should run smoother than ever. And I will pop my head in the door when I get an opportunity after my own meetings, since yours is in between mine. Thank you, sir. Madam.
Trustee Fialko?
Sue has been involved with the fest since its infancy. A lot of the intricacies that go on with the fest, Sue is very familiar with, including contracts with bands, the tents, contracts with the tents, the contract itself. Her background goes pretty far back with the fest. So I think in the transition period, I believe, I'm not going to be with the fest anymore in 2025. So I'm hoping that in that transition, Sue will be probably taking over, I'm guessing. And I think this is the right time to do it for the easy transfer of Homerfest to, I'm guessing, Sue. So, yes, thank you, Sue.
Thank you. Trustee Reinders?
No, nothing.
Trustee Consolino?
No, just congratulations to Sue for becoming a member and assisting with Mr. Fialco. It's greatly appreciated. You've done a great job at it before.
We have to ask her if she even wants it. I don't even know. Trustee Stylen, do you have any comments?
No, just, it's just great to be part of this big community event again. Thank you.
Just so everybody understands, the elections run obviously, they're in March. March 19th is this one. So when the new office takes effect, it would be end of April, beginning of May. The fest is in June. So when Trustee Fialco will be retiring from his seat up here, I still hope he would stay on the fest committee after that. But we do need to make sure that's an easy transition. So that's the point of this.
And I'm hoping that with the fest, and maybe you could clear it up now, if not, usually we make appointments in May, but when I took over for Beth Rogers, we put the fest committee in abeyance as far as appointments until July. I'm assuming you're going to do the same thing?
What? We did that? Sure. We'll talk about it when it gets there, I guess. But appointments in July.
No. Our appointments, when you make committee appointments, it's in May.
Right. Oh, you mean this July?
I'm saying in
This
this,
July,
we
yes.
would put the appointment to the fest committee for chair in abeyance until July, that
Yes.
first meeting. And then Homerfest is over for 2024, and then Sue would take over.
Yes, and then hopefully you join one of the new committees we have.
And yes, I would be willing to stay on to help out however I can.
Thank you. Trustee McNaughton?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to Trustee Fialco. I'm sure I speak for the entire board when I talk about how well-run Homerfest has been, how enjoyable it is for the entire community. And thank you for all of the work. It's really deeply appreciated. And also, welcome to Trustee Stylen to help out in the transition period and moving forward. So congratulations.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider for approval, such a cute little clap sitting. Consider for the approval the mayor's appointment of Jody Oliveri as a member to the Community Development Committee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Reinders?
I'll
Second.
it.
Trustee Stylen? Trustee Reinders, do you have anything?
No.
Trustee Stylen?
It's just that we're just really happy to have Jody. She works for the library. It's a great resource to have that talent on the committee.
Trustee Mason?
No, ma'am, no questions.
Trustee McNaughton? No. Trustee Consolino? No. Trustee Fialco?
None.
I'd just like to point out Jody is the mother of our late Michael Oliveri, so it's nice to have her part of the community development because our community is really invested in our veterans, so it's nice to have her on this committee as well. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, next one is item 5. So on the agenda, it's different. We did get an update on the dais today, so it's a motion for consider. Is there a motion to approve payment of the Village of Homer Glen's January legal bills from Peterson, Johnson, and Murray in the amount of $10,004? Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee McNaughton?
I'll second.
Trustee Mason? Trustee McNaughton?
No, I looked over it. Everything looks correct and in order. Thank you.
Trustee Mason?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Trustee Reinders?
No.
Trustee Fialco?
Yes, Mayor, could you ask, or may I ask Joe that he's reviewed it and it's met his...
I've gone through all the invoice, or all the charges, and they appear to be in line with what's occurred.
Thank you.
Trustee Consolino?
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 6, consider for approval an ordinance granting a request for a variance to the stormwater management section of the Land Use and Site Development Code to reduce the required development setback for a stream for 75 feet to 22 feet for certain real property located at R3 Residential District at 14950 South Wilco Drive, Homer Glen, Illinois. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Fialco?
And I will second.
Trustee Mason? Trustee Fialco?
I really don't have anything. We've done things like this before. I don't see a problem with it.
Trustee Mason?
I've had plenty of communications with Director Westcott, and I think he would have brought it to my attention if there was an issue, since we've been dealing with so many water issues.
Trustee Reinders?
No, I think I looked over the map, and it seems like it's not going to interfere with the creek at all, so.
Trustee Consolino?
Mayor, could you direct to staff and ask, I know we've done similar with this, but have we done it this close to a creek
Melissa?
for the pool?
Or Brett? Whoever, 1, 2, 3, rock, paper, scissors.
I'm trying to remember if we've granted one this close or this instance. Do you remember?
I don't, this is the first variance for a creek setback that I brought to the board.
It's just a singular residential one.
Yes.
But we did grant one for Mr. Fensel on Doty Lane, which was part of a bigger zoning request as well. And actually, his was a reduction down to 10 feet, just in one very small location next to the driveway. So I think that might be the only one that I can remember that was a singular residential project.
And then
It's
there's-
obviously much further away, and that was next to a wetland.
My only concern was creek erosion. So if you don't think that this will
So I
add
think
to
that
creek erosion,
Brett is better to answer
then
that
we're
question.
okay.
I don't believe that this is a consistent flow in this creek here. It's more of a drainage swale that runs through the subdivision. So I wouldn't have any concerns over any significant erosion. They do have some retaining walls there that are just on the other side of the pool. I don't foresee that being an issue, no.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee McNaughton?
Straightforward. Thank you.
Trustee Stylen?
I did share those concerns as Trustee Consolino did, but I think it's a pool, it's a temporary structure, probably, if anything were to happen, it could be dealt with, so I'm fine.
Village Attorney?
Is the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Just, you're in part of the roll call now.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. Did you have any comments?
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 7, consider for approval an ordinance granting 1, a map amendment from R5 Single Family Residential to C1 Neighborhood Commercial, 2, a site improvement plan for a parking lot expansion with related variances, 3, a variance to reduce the minimum required parking stall depth from 19 feet to 18 feet, and 4, a variance to increase the maximum allowable lot coverage impervious from 65% to 77%, and additional variances are granted for existing legal non-conforming conditions of the property commonly known as 12635 West 143rd Street, Homer Glen, Illinois, and for the property legally described in Exhibit A in the ordinance case number HG 2306 SMPV. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Mason, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee McNaughton, Trustee Mason.
Yes, ma'am. I know this has been going on for a long time. I know it's hard to park on 143rd and get up to your business if you've got grandma trying to walk her 5th grader, 4th grader up there. I've been by that property many times. I also spoke with the majority of the trustees. I spoke to Trustee Reiners, Trustee Stylen, Trustee McNaughton, yourself, Melissa King. It looks like the Planning Commission voted 4-2 in favor. I know that he has a detention pond out back. I think he's a good neighbor and is not putting up any restrictions for usage when he's not there. I know there's been several letters written, and one of them is from another doctor's facilities who said he's a great neighbor and unequivocally supports the Dr. Booth parking lot and addition project. I have no issues whatsoever in order to move forward. Thank you.
Trustee McNaughton?
Yeah, I also received a letter in support of the Booth parking lot. It's been through public hearing, public testimony. conformance with the zoning regulations. Looks like everything's in order, it makes sense. I'm in favor. Thank you.
Trustee Consolino?
Yes, I would like to request that we hear from both attorneys on this, because my concerns have to do with the water retention in the back and the storm drainage, because originally when this property was taken for eminent domain, it was due to water being considered unbuildable, unsafe, and that Will County took it in eminent domain because they wanted to make retention pond out of it. So then the property was then acquired at public auction for purchase, by Booth to be able to do this. But my concern is, where is there any documentation that shows, because I went to the site, I've heard from both owners, where does it show that we don't have to have any concerns about the same thing, that this is unbuildable, that it's dangerous, that there's still concerns for storm drainage? Mr. Booth explained to me that it was just a tiny portion of the back lot, but when you see the back lot, there's a berm right there, and when I went there this week, it's very muddy. You could still see where this is a huge concern for storm drainage. So, and then I also was told that this was possibly wetland property. So if, this is why I would like to first ask staff if they've seen anything in regards to why this was taken under eminent domain. Yes, it was Will County.
Yeah, Melissa, go ahead and respond to that if you'd like.
All I can add, the only thing that I have from documentation is the resolution passed by the county that indicates it was taken for stormwater. And I believe with conversation with Will County's DOT department that it was taken as part of drainage as part of 143rd Street's design at some point in time. So I don't know any more than that detail-wise. The resolution that indicates that is in the packet, yeah. So, and then if there's questions about drainage, again, I think that's probably better suited for the applicant's engineer, who I think is present, and also Brett Westcott.
So, my main concern is the drainage, and that this was supposed to be for retention area. So building a parking lot on it, especially one that's got a lot of variances, in my opinion. My other question is, because it's hard to read from the notes for both planning commission meetings, were the variances voted on separately, or were they voted all on together?
It was all voted on together.
Okay, and is that the norm?
Yes.
Okay. So
they can pull it out. I mean, just like at the board level, they could pull something out if they wanted to. Yes.
Because it's, you're talking about very narrow spaces. Also, so under the public hearing on December 7th, there, variance to increase the maximum allowable lot coverage impervious from 65 to 77%, subject to the following conditions. So I know that it says that per OSHA, a soil type will be needed to be determined by a competent person. Doesn't say who, in the event that type A soil is not present. Did we do the soil testing? Has anybody done the soil testing?
No, that would be performed by the contractor on the job.
So when it says this, I'm looking at it like, was this supposed to be done before it comes to be voted on by us?
No, there's a condition. There's a condition in it that it has to be done. It was made very clear that it has to happen before the installation of the wall.
Okay, because then when I was reading further, staff's recommendation was to have a competent individual on site prior to excavation that performed soil testing per OSHA regulations.
That was actually drafted by Mr. Westcott as well, just so you know, that came from him, not from the Plan Commission or any other staff member. It came from our engineer.
And then
Trustee Fialko, or Trustee Consolino, if I may pause you for just a second, can you tell us where you're at, where you're reading exactly?
So right now I'm on page 4 of 15. And then on page 5 of 15, when you go down to the 2019 plan to the 2023 plan, it still seems like there's a lot of the same concerns. Staff recommends no increase to the non-conforming lot coverage overage, not to make the impervious on-site any worse than it already was. That was 2019. Current plan balances the cut and fills of the newly acquired property. Proposal has been reviewed by the village engineer with regard to detention and stormwater and has been granted preliminary engineering. Staff had concerns with parking stall sizing and required compliance. Staff still has concerns with the parking stall sizing. Staff had concerns with the required I think that's 5-foot setbacks and requested the plans meet code. Staff also has concerns, again, in 2023. Staff had concerns with required landscape buffer not being provided. Staff had concerns because apparently they are going to be providing landscaping now.
Right. The setbacks, the 5-foot are being met. So it did say that staff had, because this was presented at Plan Commission this way because there was a request after the first meeting from their attorney, the Modelski's attorney, to compare those two plans. There's a plan presented in 2019 on the property to the east for a parking lot extension. It was a different plan altogether. It had different variables, but when they first submitted, we had concerns on this plan that those parking lot setbacks were being met, or that they would be met, but they are being met. There's not a variance for those on the new parking lot.
I mean, I've seen the parking lot. It's extremely crowded. I've seen the property that we're talking about building on, and I see how closely it is to retention. I also see the berm that's created that basically the parking lot is going to go onto, correct? So my concerns still stand. And I would really like to see the paperwork from Will County that says now that it was deemed dangerous at one point and they wanted it for storm drainage. Where's that paperwork at now saying it's okay to build parking on it? So, I mean, I'm not blaming staff here. These are my concerns. I also, I would like to be able to see the paperwork. Could you ask if either of the attorneys have any of that paperwork to reflect that?
I'm going to have each attorney come up and state their case before.
Okay, then I'll hold back, Rob. Thank you.
Are you done, Trustee Consolino? Mm-hmm. Melissa, the comments that Trustee Consolino just stated about staff concerns, were all those concerns from staff addressed?
So it's the table on page 5 and 6. It was a comparison of the two plans, one from 2019 and one from 2023. The impervious area, in the plan that was presented in 2019, there was nothing regarding stormwater. So in this plan where they're impacting, and again, Brett can answer this better than myself because him being the engineer, but they have presented a solution that meets our stormwater ordinance requirements, and the other one it did not, right? So I think that when we're talking about impervious, there's a few things that we're looking at. Sometimes it has to do with aesthetics of how much stuff is on a property, like how much percentage of shed for a residential, for example, how much shed space or pools we would allow a residential homeowner to have on their property, right? A percentage. And the other part of that is tied really back to your overall basin in your village and how those watersheds are broken up and how much built out over time based on your zoning codes and comprehensive plans that the land area can take on from a stormwater perspective. And that's when you go back to how those percentages are broken down, it's for that reason, generally speaking. And so when we were looking at this, we wouldn't have even considered it if it didn't meet an engineering checkbox, right, from a stormwater perspective. So that's the impervious request. The parking stall sizing, when this plan first came in, it was 17. It was proposed at 17. They have brought that up to 18 to the face of curb, which is consistent with two other variances that we have granted for parking stalls on commercial lots, one on Lot 8 of Homer Glen Bell Plaza, and the other one was in the Menards parking lot, or the Lot 4 and 5 that was just approved last year. So I think that with this one, again, I think the land area on the property to the east, when it was presented in 2019, did not have the kind of the challenges of it being, not that it's like postage stamp, but I think there's no formula. There was no formula for Dr. Booth to know how much land he needed from the county, at the time with regard to what may or may not be accepted here at the village. And so I think that because we have two examples of variances down to the same dimension, that our staff was okay with the parking stall size that they fixed. So the first plan we took to Plan Commission did not meet this, and they presented it was 17 feet. And staff presented that we did not support it, and they tabled it at Plan Commission, and it took about a month to get it back. and they found a solution that worked for that, to bring that parking stall up. So that one was fine with staff. And then the 5-foot setbacks were not being met in the 2019 plan, and I don't believe we ever had a plan that showed one that was compliant. In this one, I believe there may have been an issue on one side, and that was rectified at the second meeting. So those are not, there's no parking lot setback reductions on the new parking lot. If you see one in here, the variance that's in here for the parking lot setback, that's for an existing condition on the existing parking lot. It's just to make that compliant. And then we had concerns in the 2019 plan, there was no landscaping being proposed. When this plan first came in front of Plan Commission, it did not have any landscaping. Staff asked them for landscaping and they did not present it at the time. And then that was one of the reasons the Plan Commission also tabled it at the first meeting, at September the 21st meeting. But then they came back and there's a landscape plan being proposed with arborvitae along the entirety of the south and east side of the new parking lot.
Thank you, Melissa. Yep. Trustee Fialko.
I would actually, Trustee Castellino had asked, I'd really like to wait to hear from both parties. And then if I have some questions, would that be okay then?
Yep, we'll go back around after. Trustee Reinders?
I would like to do the same.
Trustee Stylen?
Yes, that sounds good. I do want to say that I am appreciative of the landscaping screening being added. And I did do a lot of research. I've talked with Melissa and read everything, went back, looked at the minutes. I was also at the Plan Commission meeting when the attorneys spoke. My concern, if the attorneys do, I don't know if this is anything that can be addressed, is that, I don't want this to set a precedent because of the lot coverage, but I'm also satisfied with our engineer saying that any water issues are probably addressed with the engineering on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stylen. Okay, I'm going to ask for Mr. Booth and the Booth property to come first. Hi, Mr. Arnold, how are you?
Good, how are you, Madam?
Great.
George Arnold, appearing on behalf of Dr. Barry Booth, who's here. Also here is his son, also Dr. Booth, and his wife and his office manager of 30 years. I would like to start and ask Dr. Booth to come up and maybe tell you a little bit about himself and his practice and just address the board briefly.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Booth, if you could just hold on 1 second for me. I'm going to ask the board if we want to set a time limit on presentation or questions and answers.
Yes.
What is the recommendation?
10 minutes.
Sounds fair.
Is there a second? Oh, well, is that your motion, I assume?
I'll make the motion that we allow the speaker to speak for 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
I almost think it should be a little more.
They
I
can
guess I
always
should
ask for more.
Yeah, we can always ask.
You can
for
always
extension.
request more time to speak for both parties. Okay, yeah, aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
And Trustee Stylen.
No, Mason.
I'm sorry, Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Booth, or Dr. Booth. My apologies.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I was told I'd have 3 minutes to speak, so I will be brief. I'll save your time. So I've had the pleasure of serving Homer Township as an orthodontist for 38 years now. I started a practice in 1986 right out of residency from University of Illinois. I did the southwestern move from Evergreen Park to Orland Park and then out to Homer Glen. When I started, I leased a space in the Orland Oak Shopping Center. When I moved out of that space in 2001, the Homer Village Hall was actually taking over my rental space in that same shopping center at that time. So we had a little history together. I purchased the land for my existing office in 1993. And then in 2001 was when I started excavating and started construction, and then I opened the practice there in 2002. I was given a letter by the Homer Glen Code Compliance Officer, Casey Strugilski, and that was in June of 2020. And that's what put me on this course of searching for additional parking. It said I didn't have the required number of parking spaces, the required minimum of parking spaces, and we honestly felt we needed parking, so it didn't fall on deaf ears. Our practice has gone from a smaller staff to now 12 employees. We have my son Ryan, Dr. Ryan Booth, is in practice with me for the past 7 years, and in another 2 months I'll have my youngest son Evan complete residency, and he will join me too. So there'll then be 2 orthodontists. I'm semi-retired and just a pinch hitter at this point in the practice. We started looking at alternatives for parking, and at that point, we began a process. After all those alternatives failed, we looked at over a 2-year process to purchase the land from the county and the state. The parcel, as you know, is 1/10 of an acre. It's 5,500 square feet, so it is a small space, but it allowed us to get 14 additional parking spaces, which is basically complying with what Homer Glen asked us to, and it's something that truly we do need. We completed the purchase of the parking just in 2023, so just really in the summer of 2023. We would like to have this parking expansion both to improve ours and our neighbors' parking needs. Booth Orthodontics and Modell Funeral Home clients have used each other's parking for over 20 years. Booth Orthodontics is not interested in restricting our parking from our neighbors. We will not put out tow threat signs. And we hope that this additional parking can actually benefit both of our businesses. I hope to retain respectful relations with our neighbors. We are both thriving businesses in Homer Glen, and I hope that we can continue to be thriving, respectful neighbors also. So thank you. I'll take questions if there's any.
Thank you, Dr. Booth. Does any of the board members have questions for Dr. Booth at this time?
That was one little piece, and I know you and I had spoke, and I had talked to many people, Melissa King as well, on this, and I did do my background on this, so I kind of know the history all the way through, and I read through the packet, but I did not know the piece about Casey actually coming to you and telling you, hey, you're under the requirements. So your business is growing, and thank you for that, and thank you for your service to our community. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you're trying to fall in while your business is growing and bringing your sons into and being semi-retired. You're trying to come up to the code that was initially put on you, and we applaud you for that.
Thank you. Trustee
McNaughton, do you have any questions?
I was just there this afternoon, actually, for an orthodontic appointment with my daughter. Great business, support you guys, and I couldn't find a parking spot when I was there, so appreciate this. Thank you.
Trustee Stylen?
No comment.
Trustee Cancelino?
No, I just wanted to see if there was anything that George had to say in regards to some of the questions that I had with the water. Because I had addressed you about that earlier, Mr.
Sure. And George is here, but also my civil engineer, Bill Zaleski, is here to answer those questions too.
Trustee Fialko?
Yes, I'm 100% for helping businesses in Homer Glen. I always have been. I do know that some with the neighbor, and you guys have worked things out in the past, and that's great. The way I understand it when I went to the meeting is we're taking something non-compliant and making it more non-compliant because we have all these variances that we're giving. Water is a big concern in Homer Glen because then somehow when water does end up damaging something or is impervious to your, we by default, we end up getting involved, right? Mm-hmm. And the village is expected to somehow figure out the problem. So I think the water problem is very valid. I mean, Will County took that piece of property because they saw a problem back then, And I understand that only a small fraction of that was, I think, were there 4 acres that were taken over by Will County over there? I'm not sure, but I know you only took a small portion of that. However you got it is kind of like your business. I don't know what took place in that transaction. But what I would like to see, with what you said made a lot of sense. And if you guys are if everybody's getting along and you're sharing a parking lot, I know that island was a problem that came up in that planning commission meeting as to you built it, but it's on somebody else's property. But I don't think that's what we're here about at this moment. But if you guys are getting along, I'd like to hear that from the other side. And we have intergovernmental agreements here, right, that we do with the township and with the school district sometimes if we use their parking lot. I'd almost like to see you guys draft something where the village doesn't have to get involved in any kind of litigation later on, because there may not be agreements in the future, where you guys draft it and put it on paper that I agree that I am willing to do this for you, and I think that would help the process a little bit, because it would just be neighborly of both parties to do that, if your neighbor feels the same way as you do. And I would like to see that happen if it's possible.
Yeah, I'm open to any of that. I do not want this to be an adversarial relationship.
And my biggest concern is litigation to the village, and water issues to the village, and those types of things that come back. You know, you try to work with the business. It's okay now, but 5 years from now, and maybe somebody else will be in charge. You know, then we become the ones that are looked to for answers. So. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm kind of on the fence because I'm not sure what's going on. I'd like to hear from the other side.
Sure, and Trustee Fialko, I'm not an engineer, but I think with engineer Bill Zaleski, engineer Brett Westcott, they can answer those impervious questions that I think that you and Trustee Castellino had much better than I can, so I'll let them answer that.
Trustee Reinders?
Thank you, Mayor. My initial reaction to this was the water and the safety of building an additional parking on top of something that I thought was completely covered with water all the time. I've made several site visits out there. I've looked at it. I've talked to Mr. Modelsky. I've talked to Jay Broderich. I've talked to the engineers, and they assured me that this ground will be treated in a way that it will not erode underneath this parking. They also told me a little bit about the building materials, which I was very skeptical about. I had initially thought, oh my God, they're going to put landscaping pavers, a wall of landscaping pavers. Because if you look around Homer Glen, we do have areas that do have walls, and they look like landscaping pavers. So to me, something like that would never hold up in a situation where there is water very close by. So there was a lot of concerns, but I'm going to reserve. And like Dan, I was on the fence, and I'm still a little bit on the fence too. I'd like to wait and see what the rest of the engineers have to say on both sides.
Sure, Trustee Rangers, I agree.
Trustee Stylen, did I call you already? I don't know, I forgot. I lost track.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Booth.
Okay, do you guys have any?
The other attorney, though, you're going to have.
Any closing statements at all that you would like to say to the board?
If I can, Madam Mayor, since we are the petitioner, I would like to reserve my closing statement until after we hear the objections, just so I can respond to them, and I think that would be more helpful.
That's granted.
Okay. And also, if this is the right time, we do have our engineer here, and we'd be happy to address your concerns regarding drainage. And I don't want to speak for the village engineer, but my understanding is that he has approved this plan, and his concerns have all been addressed regarding the drainage. And I know staff has also supported this plan. But if you have specific questions, my engineer is happy to address them.
What I was going to do is have the engineer, Brett Westcott, speak after both sides speak. Okay. Okay?
Would any of the trustees have questions for our engineer, though? Because
for your engineer.
He's happy to.
Does he have anything that he can give us when we film?
Just for the record, we are at 10 minutes.
Yeah, 07.
No, that's 10 minutes presentation. Is there a motion to extend it
I'll
another
make that
5
motion.
minutes?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee McNaughton?
I'll extend.
Trustee Mason? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Zaleski with Advantage Consulting Engineers, Lamont, Illinois. And the parking lot obviously is going in an area that is detention. It is the far upper reaches of the detention basin. Will County took, I'm going to say, almost 2 years to make the decision to sell this property because the impact that this has is really minimal to the detention basin. The water will, if it did fill up completely, there would be some water in the area of the footprint of where the parking is. However, when we build the wall around it to accommodate the parking, that volume that has been filled will be compensated right next door. Will County looked at this. We ran all the compensatory storage calculations. There is no negative impact to this detention basin. And I know there's a concern because when you think about a detention basin, you think of the whole thing holding water, when it only will hold that amount of water in the 100-year event or the very, very heavy rain events. The area that we're in is rarely seeing much water, if anything. I mean, if it did fill up, there'd be a couple of feet of water up against the wall of this building, of this retaining wall. The retaining wall is designed with stone, geogrid, blocks that are all tied together, and it has to be built on a good foundation. One of the questions you had asked earlier was about the soil material having to be tested. That has to be done because according to the way the structural engineer will design the wall, he has to determine the soils. If it's poor soils, and that was the OSHA concern, if it's poor soils, then there's going to have to be shoring that's going to have to be installed to support the soil while the wall is built. If the soil material is good, they can excavate down, construct the wall, and not have to have the concerns of the additional shoring to brace the wall. And so at the end of the day, this parking lot has very minimal impact on the volume of detention in this detention basin.
I mean, as nice in theory as all that sounds when you say it, point of order, please do not speak while
I'm going to actually call point of order on you. You weren't called upon to speak. Thank you for your presentation. We'll bring you back up once Mr. Modelski is done, if there's any more questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Modelski? Or Mr. Modelski and crew? We're gonna extend the same to you, 10 minutes, and then... Actually, if you could just give it to the clerk, she can pass it around.
Okay.
Good evening. Sandra McCalca. I'm counsel for the Modelskis. And obviously, I'll try to keep it brief so that they have an opportunity to speak. You guys have obviously read the extensive...
There you go. Now we can hear you.
Okay. You guys have obviously read through what has been a pretty extensive, back and forth dissertation on, each party's stance on this. What is obviously recognized is the need for parking at Booth Orthodontics. My clients, more than anybody, would like to eliminate what has become the burden that has been placed on their property through the parking of customers, delivery vehicles, employees, some of which have been very confrontational when asked to move. There is no reciprocation and no dependence and no reciprocal need for the Modelskis to actually have their customers park on the Booth Orthodontics lot, nor is there any actual space to do that. The points of contention that still remain are that the existing plan as drafted not only does not resolve the current situation, but it actually creates additional burdens and actually additional encroachments that would result on, the Modelski property. Starting with the fact that part of one of the variances that's being presented this evening is actually, if you look at the west side of the property, the existing retaining wall for the parking that is there currently encroaches onto the Modelski lot by 1.7 feet. There's a request for a variance to reduce the setback from 5 feet to 3 feet, but there's no contemplation given that they remove the wall back onto the Booth side of the lot, which would then require the setback variance to be increased by basically another 1.3 feet. So you're almost at the lot line. That's evident based on just when you look at the plans. Secondary to that, the plan says that there shall be no construction, or one of the conditions of the, proposal is that there's no construction without temporary construction easements in place. There has been prior attempts, even before it went to the Planning Commission, for the two parties to reach agreement on what those would entail, and those discussions fell apart. But very clearly, the intended plan proposes to put the silt fence on the Modelsky property. And just knowing that there are, no policing sort of measures in place with respect to the construction of a parking lot versus a residence, the extension of the existing retaining wall, which encroaches, while it shows it being jutted in, is going to be very difficult to, once those wheels are in motion, stop the construction if it just continues straight down the line to, further encroach all the way down the south, to the south end of the property. The other concern is obviously with respect to the narrowness of the lot, and with, the existing nonconformities being expanded onto another nonconforming lot, the turnabout radius that is already in existence on the current parking is non-existent. So anything that is over basically the size of a small car ends up parking on the Modelsky lot. There's no additional space or clearance for those vehicles to turn around, which includes emergency vehicles or delivery trucks, all of which park on my client's lot. With respect to even the size of the parking depth being 18, there's precedent, I believe it's being cited as saying that it allows for 18, but the village has only ever approved 18 and a half. And those conditions there were extrinsic variables that allowed for various roads and private roads that surrounded those properties that would allow ingress and egress for larger vehicles or additional parking onto neighboring properties where there were other retail developments in the Menards lot. That certainly is not the case. And with their knowing that those, and I believe Commissioner Bradrich, when he was actually looking at the last Menards expansion plan, required them the plan had to be regraded, or the entire property had to be regraded to accommodate his request, which was that they figure out how to make it work to not only make it 18 and a half on the parking depth, but they also were required to increase the drive aisle to the minimum 20, I think he required 26. They had proposed 22, with 22 being currently what is running north to south on the existing booth lot at its widest. It's 13 and a half, I believe, at the 143rd Street entrance. So, overall, all of these things relative to, the nonconformities being expanded does not eliminate the problem. I don't think that the village has the authority in any capacity to allow or approve a plan that promotes dependence and further encroachment onto a neighboring property. And with respect to the stormwater issue, there's a lot of talk about the retention pond and the need for it for retention space. But what we have not seen, and there has been no study that has indicated how the existing flow, which if you were to look at the, the other parts of the plan, it's clearly going to impact the flow into the drainage. And it's going to interrupt that flow. And the redirection of that flow is one thing that I think is lacking in the studies that indicate how it's going to take what already has been regraded to divert into that now retention pond, is going to cross over the booth lot, or it's going to be stopped and just back up onto the Modelsky property. That's something that's an obvious concern, and I think that it goes to just speaking to the general nature of the exposure to liability, where there has been, case law that has supported instances where the village has approved a plan that has allowed for basically one property to create flood and existing conditions onto neighboring properties, to the detriment of that property owner. There just simply is a lot of unresolved things that need to be addressed. Soil testing, which again is going to result in possibly changes and variances to the plans that really aren't, the plan is not concrete. The plan doesn't solve all the problems, the plan creates problems, and to approve the plan in its current form leaves a lot of people with a lot of exposure to other issues that just, it solves the problem maybe for the booth parking, but not entirely. We can't assume that all of the big SUVs and the bigger trucks that people drive today are going to be able to maneuver that lot. There just is an impossibility with that. So creating and allowing all these variances when it doesn't actually resolve the problem in its entirety just seems superfluous with all these other variables at issue. Any questions for me?
What time are we at? Okay. Did you want to speak, Mr. Manilski?
I would, please.
Go ahead.
Obviously, you've got my notes, so I'm probably going to cut it short, but just to start, Rich Modelski, Jay, my wife Janet, we've been serving the community for 30 years, have been there, owned the property since 1998. Just to give you an idea, property was originally bought by us and two other neighbors in 1996. We took care of the land, cut it, and maintained it. We utilized this land for a practice baseball field from 1996 until the land was taken from us in 2010 by eminent domain to be used as a detention pond. We were told that the land was labeled non-buildable. Fast forward to the present, Booth Orthodontics somehow allowed to purchase this property, never put a for sale sign on there, so we were able to get our land back. It was bought. Will County stated that it was unneeded because they were presently unimproved and non-profitable for the county, but they still cut it. They have been cutting it for the last 12 years. It's interesting to note that the county is maintaining the responsibility and yet they're still cutting the grass. When Dr. Booth built his business, he knew that he did not have enough parking spots to conduct his practice. We allowed him to have 6 staff members on our parking lot, so we've been a good neighbor until the time one day I pulled into the parking lot and there's 13 of his cars in our parking lot without him asking us. Again, I ask, is that a good neighbor? At that point, our contract with Dr. Booth was done. There was no way that I'm going to allow 13 people. And again, there's been times when there's 6 cars that were there. We had a big funeral. I'd ask them to move, and they'd give our staff a hard time about it. Last summer, a representative Booth Construction Company just came into my office and said, sign this letter so that we can use your property so that he can expand this. Obviously, I didn't. The current parking lot as it is does not solve any issues. It will only create problems for our neighbors and for ourselves. His current driveway and parking lot does not allow for deliveries. Every delivery is on ours. Even when his spaces are available, his car lines, because as Sandy said, with the larger car, they use our parking lot. I don't have a problem with that. The problem I have with is that when he came to us this time to sign, we did a survey, found out that he's been encroaching on our property for the last 22 years. 1 foot 7 inches of his wall is on our property, plus a divider that's on our property that was supposed to be halfway is 50-50, is 98% on our property. So he's been encroaching on our property for the last 22 years. It's like no big deal. It also does not, in fact, as you just did L1 that you just passed, that is a wetland. There are 9 species of birds. There's butterflies that you just passed that are there. There's all sorts of different foliage on there. There's hawks that go there. These are all things that you had to discuss besides the water problems. There is an environmental problem. There's destruction of mature trees. There's inability of service vehicles to come through his property to service. If you have an accident at a dental, I have friends that are dentists. It's the most pressing need of a dentist is there's an accident to get some type of vehicle in there, whether it be a fire department vehicle or an emergency vehicle, you can't get it into his property. And this does not solve anything. It does not address the safety of the children in the area. His wall is 10 feet high. We just had a 13-year-old boy, unfortunately, that we buried today. We had kids all over the place. You think that there's a 10-foot wall that has a drop? These kids aren't going to try to play Superman and try to see what happens? I can't control that. What happens if they fall? Who's responsible for that? The other thing about his silt fence is to back up, prevent water and to prevent things on his project. It does not prevent the water from coming onto my project. In fact, it will actually undermine my facility. We were guaranteed by Melissa that if this project was on our property, it could not be gone forward. please show me where it's not on our property. Again, like I said, there's a lot of concerns. Safety, all sorts of things as far as the water is concerned, infringement on my property and continued infringement on my property. I've got a longer list. You can read that if you want. I know I only have a short amount of time. So again, I thank you for your time. Is there any questions?
We're going to go around the room as the motion was called. Ms. Trustee Mason?
I spoke to Melissa, and I think I might have touched with Director Westcott on this too. I believe it's going to be the wall that goes in, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but will have draining in it, which would go into the detention pond, which would have clay, which would have aggregate, which would have clay, and a solid base in order for this to not erode. Getting to Trustee Reinder's question, is that correct?
There will be drains behind the walls, yes.
Thank you.
Which way, though, if I may ask? Toward us, away from us? There's also supposed to be, again, foliage that blocks our park. My area where I make arrangements with people are going to be looking out onto that parking lot. There's no buffer, there's no foliage, even though it's up against my building, where I also work and live because we have a house that's attached there. That doesn't address that. The silk fence is on my property. You cannot make me give that property or whatever. That is my property. I've paid taxes on there. I voted here. How can you make me do that? I ask you a question. If this was in your backyard and you had a property and they were going to take your property and use it illegally, how many of you would like that?
So what we're going to do here is that all questions will be directed to me because I don't want any of this back and forth.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. I'm going to continue on. Trustee Mason, are you done with your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee McNaughton?
No further questions at this point. Thank you.
Trustee Consolino, I think you were next.
In regards to the wall, I did see how far over it is on the property line because there's the survey stakes out there. The pictures actually don't do it justice. It's a lot. So if, what did you say, 1.7 feet?
1 feet, 7 inches.
All questions.
So I would like to ask staff if they're, because, you know, they're requesting a lot of variances for this parking lot. My concern's about the water again, but what can be done about this wall? Like what code does that fall under? Because if we're going to be granting more, like, are they just permitted to keep their wall on their property?
So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to keep going around with the trustees, and then once the trustees all kind of shout out their questions, I'm kind of keeping track here, and then we'll let staff kind of have their say after now that both sides went back and forth. There were some statements that were made. I don't know if they're true or untrue. You know, the homework I did, I just want to get all the questions out first. Are you done, Trustee Consolino? Trustee Fialco, I think you were next.
Yes, there seems like there is a lot going on here. And the thing is, what I'd like to know is if in the whole process, I didn't see anywhere in the packet that where Will County got involved, and where 1 year they're saying that it's unbuildable, unsuitable, but now they and I don't know if that was sold back to the property, to the Booth property, because they explained to Will County what they were building, or they didn't. But I really would like, I almost think it's worth it to table this and get some answers from Will County as far as their input and what the intentions were for the property when they sold it to the Booth property. And you did say that it was taken from you from eminent domain because of water problems. You said that Will County said it was unbuildable. You can't build on it. That's why they took it. You weren't, as far as I understand, you weren't offered it back. I don't know what that process was. That's more your legal counsel to handle. Nevertheless, Booth property got a hold of it, but I still haven't heard how Will County could say one thing when they took it and not give a response right now at this time to tell us why they allowed it. And I mean, I could dig into that deeper, but I think that's where we'd start. I don't know if our own attorney has advice, but right now I feel like tabling this till we get some other answers. That's where I'm at.
Okay, let's hold off on the tabling right now until we hear from all the trustees. Trustee Reinders?
One of the concerns that you mentioned that that was a concern of mine is the emergency vehicles. What is the plan moving forward with emergency vehicles?
We'll direct that question. So we got emergency vehicles on the question list as well. Was there anything else?
And actually in the buffer, the fences, one of the things, if this is going to impede on Mr. Podolsky's property, how are we going to be granting them a permit if they're going to be impeding on somebody else's property?
Good question.
Okay. Was that it?
That's it.
Okay. Trustee Steinlen?
Good question.
Yes, I think I have all those same questions. So while encroaching, is that going to change? I mean, is that, so I don't know how you can have something encroaching onto somebody else's property. I'd like to know what public safety has to say about the emergency access, because it is an orthodox office and you're dealing with probably anesthesia or something, or, health issues. And then I'd like Westcott to verify, will the water back up onto Modelsky's property? And then to confirm if this is a wetland or not. And the silt fence, does it have to be on the Modelsky property?
Okay. All right, I'm going to hand the floor over to Melissa and Brett.
Madam Mayor, can I make one quick question, one comment again, please? Take 5 seconds. I did offer an alternative to Dr. Booth. There are that island that's in the middle that separates our parking coming off 143rd Street. I asked him we could eliminate it. I would give him 4 spots in my parking lot and there would be 7 along his, and he just refused to talk about it.
Okay, so I'm going to address just a couple of things. So good point. You brought up the island in the middle. I think that was mandated by the county. Melissa, can you attest to that or not? The island that was, so from what I understand from the county, when they redirected the ingress, egress, they made, when people come in, they have to go on the one side, which would be your property, and they would have to exit out on Dr. Booth's property. That is from what I understand from the paperwork that I had received from the county. I also understand that the county mandated that median be put in. Is that correct, Melissa?
Well, so what we had given to us from the county, and I think Dr. Booth had given us some versions of this as well, as the final engineering plan that was required by the county. There was another plan that was presented, I think, initially that showed, it's in here too, it's Exhibit 8. It's part of Exhibit 8. That showed, I think when Dr. Booth initially went to the county, he proposed a plan that had a segregated entrance off 143rd Street with its own parking lot. And the county DOT department, in their comment letter, told them that they would not allow that and forced them to have a combined entrance off 143rd Street. And the landscape island was put in the plans, in that plan. And I mean, all we can do is deduce from what we look at. Do you know what I mean, Christina? We don't have we don't have records of what was spoken about, or I think the only people who could really speak to that would be Mr. Modelsky and Dr. Booth, right? That had been part of this process when they went through the county's review. All we can look at is the plans presented that we have, the old records.
And when county comes up with these plans, I'm assuming, I could be wrong, that they contact the fire department, the police department, to make sure that...
I cannot speak to the county's process.
Have we had our police and fire?
So Dave Bricker did review this plan, and he has no issues with how he accesses the site right now and doesn't believe that what's being proposed is going to change that. He, in fact, I specifically asked him about needing to get into the back of a parking lot for some reason. He said no, they would just access it on foot like they normally do. That really it's about being able to get to the buildings, and even then he went off about it being suppressed these days and things like that. So he was contacted, he was sent the plans, he's seen them, he doesn't have any issues with these.
Okay. The encroachment of the wall.
Todd, I'm sorry, Todd. If I said Dave, I'm sorry. But we did.
That's right. I knew.
We did
Todd Funfair, yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
The encroachment of the wall. There was some going back and forth. We're talking about the wall is encroaching one and so feet, or is it the median?
I think it's the same thing. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just looking at these old plans again. But it looks like there is a wall. It's also in Exhibit 8. It's the one right before the comment letter, so everybody can see it, before the yellow pages. This is the drawing that was issued for permit from the county. So there is a wall, and you can see it, and it does appear like on the plan that it was proposed right to the east of the property line. It looks like it's right on it. From the survey, it was installed just over that property line to the west.
Can I ask you to pause for 1 second? Would you mind showing the attorney exactly what you're talking about?
Not just me, I think the board here also is a little confused with what you're saying. If you can
When
just
you
kind of
say
show it to them
east-
while you're discussing it.
Your side, okay.
I'm west. Mayor?
But you can't see this.
Madam Mayor? I'm west of the property.
You're west.
I know, but where's
Yeah, those pictures
I
helped.
think that, my guess is that what happened is that it just
Right.
got installed. So like this is the wall.
And being that
that's
it's staked
proposed on the
off,
county
they're.
plan.
And whose property is that on?
His property.
Proposed plan. So this would have been on Dr. Booth's property, right, inside the property line. Right. But then, if you look at the proposed plan, you can see on the gray, right here, where the existing topo is, that it was actually constructed off on the Modelski's property at the time. So I don't think the village can do anything.
Well, yeah, it's a civil, is that a civil matter?
I don't know what
It will be.
inspections, sorry, I'm gonna go back and sit down.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, let me see this. So this was the proposed plan, and then it was installed on the other side. So,
Can we bring it back together here? This is the worst part of the job.
So I actually would defer, I'm actually going to defer to Mike, because I feel like my answer would normally be, and I think Joe would say the same thing, is that the village didn't have any part in this, whether there was inspections that happened after the construction and there was any verification by the Will County Building Department as to where this wall was located and the fact that it was off-site. I don't know if there's any time limits on stuff like that because it's been installed for so long. So I think this is a better question served by, and I really can't answer it.
So I'm going to put you on pause for 1 second. So on that plan that you have in front of you, what Melissa was stating earlier when you walked over that way, was that the wall is constructed dead center, but it's on the Booth side of the property. But the new plans show that it's actually on Modelski's side of the property. So the new, no, the old one, from what I have here, shows that it's on the Booth side. That's what, Melissa, you said. Construction plan. Shows it's on the Booth side. But then this plan, it shows it's on the Modelski side, correct?
Correct. The survey work, not the proposal, the survey work, the light gray lines. It looks like it's installed back in 2002 on the other side.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, has there been an as-built survey of this wall and where it's located?
There's topo, there's survey work on here.
Again, the difficult thing is, I think all of us up here are having a difficulty following exactly where you're walking through that process. We have a packet, but we have multiple pages here, and they're not necessarily tabbed or anything.
That one will work. When you have. One that right, either way.
We have that in our packet.
So I don't know if you see this. This is the county plan.
Okay.
That was proposed. So you can see the wall right here.
Sure.
This is the existing parking lot. This was the proposed plan at the time.
Sure.
Okay? And you can see it's on Dr. B's property, right? Inside that property line. But this is the survey work, the light gray, and you can tell that wall was installed outside the property line. You see that?
Right,
So that's what Sandy is referring to. when she's talking
So this was
about-
no intention by Dr. Booth to do, this was something that,
No, I think it was, it appears like an error in the construction at the time. That's right. That's what I see as.
got anything?
No, I think, may I? I have seen what you've shown me, Melissa, in regards to the survey work. My question is there an as-built topographical survey that has been recently done there that shows, in not a small little form like this, but a larger form that those that are the engineering we customarily rely upon, that'll show exactly where this falls on that lot line, or how far encroaching that wall is?
Yeah, this is all.
This is as.
I can't see it. I'm sorry. I can't see.
I'm just waiting.
But what I think what he's saying.
That's that big black line. Are you okay with me going back to my table and just?
I really think we should table this.
Were you going to ask anybody else any questions, or are we done with our trustees?
There's only 6, Jim.
Okay, so there seems to be a lot of questions, because this is a new piece that I was not even aware of.
Thank you.
And I don't know what they were asking us to do with that. Like, I don't know if we're asking to remove it. I don't know what the ask is.
Maybe clarify that too.
Mr. Modelski,
Yes, Madam Mayor.
were you asking for that median to be removed?
No. I'm asking, number one, their safety concerns. Tremendous safety concerns as far as people that use my property and my business and my home because of this wall that's going to be there. There's environmental concerns. Like I said, I've had a lady come out yesterday and look at it. She said that there's some types of species that are out there that are protected. I'm not an expert on that, but she said it. There's also, no one can use like I said, no one can use my property to do something and just encroach on it. I hate to say this, but Dr. Booth is operating for 26 hours a week. We operate 70 hours a week. I don't see why the
And
hours...
we can't figure this out?
Yeah. I mean, I've offered a very conciliatory method of him having more parking, him using a little bit of my property, and it was turned down. Again.
But, Mr. Modelski.
Yes.
You just got done saying, which I found a little odd, that you originally agreed to allow 6 parking spots, and then he had 13 without asking your permission, but now you're saying that you did offer him more parking.
Within the last 3 months, when this project was first and we went up to the Planning Commission, I said, you know, this is going to be a problem for me. There are people that use my facilities. You're putting a wall there. I'm afraid that the children are going to fall. Again, you know kids. You have kids. You think you've got a wall there, the kids aren't going to try to walk on it and fall down 10 feet?
There is a wall directly across the street at Culver's, and the people aren't going to jump off that wall either.
May I make a statement as far as, because somebody from the Planning Commission said that. There's a difference between Culver's and the amount of people that are on my side versus the amount of people that are on Dr. Booth's side are completely different than Culver's versus the family home that's there. There's 7 people that are in the family home, and all the people from Culver's aren't going to be shimmying up the wall.
Okay, but with us allowing you to continue to speak, we're not allowing Mr. Arnold at this time to speak either. We really want to be fair.
I'm sorry.
Right, no. I just really want to be fair. I'm not too concerned about the wall. The ingress, that's the county thing. Impeding on the other property is the one thing I wasn't really too sure on, because that was the first time hearing of that. I do like Fielko's suggestion of tabling this right now, because there are some things that I need to have answered as well. Emergency vehicles I'm not worried about, because Dave Fonfera, I just mixed them both. Todd Fonfera, Chief Fonfera, said he didn't have any issues with safety, so I'm not too concerned about that. The water, from what I understand, the water issue came about because that's the reason why the county took it over, as both of you had stated. But I think that was for the drainage before the road. They addressed the road. That's why they put it back up for resale, and that's why Mr. Booth took it. I say we go with Trustee Fielko's recommendation to table. But before we do that, is there an issue that would cause for tabling?
For not tabling?
If we do decide to table, is there going to be an issue for?
Well, I mean, the issue is, I guess, that much of this stuff has been said and dealt with, and this new issue of an encroachment on an existing wall of 20 inches, of a 20-year-old wall, this is existing, keep in mind. This is not a proposal to build a new wall or anything, or even touch Mr. Modelsky's property. So and if there is an encroachment of 20 inches on an existing 20-year-old wall, it's got nothing to do with this case, because this village doesn't have the power to tell people to take encroachments down for existing properties. That's between the neighbors to deal with civilly. And there's countless examples everywhere of things that are built slightly different than the plans were. And, you know, raising this issue now, it obviously was not a big issue for him, and he's using it as a reason to get to the ultimate goal here. And I'd like to, if I can, just address a couple of the things that have been said. One is, which is pretty important. Dr. Booth's goal here is to solve a problem. This is a problem that Mr. Modelsky has acknowledged and raised. He doesn't want people parking on his lot, which is fine. He has every right to run his business and his property the way he wants to. No problem. In addition, the village in 2020 sent Dr. Booth a letter saying, I have it here if you'd like to see it, you are out of compliance, find more parking, which he's been trying to do for several years. He wants to solve the problem. So this is really all about him solving the problem. But what is inconsistent here a little bit from Mr. Modelsky, and I will pause briefly, this is not meant to criticize him. He runs a very good business for a long time, and we respect his business, his multi-generational business. But when he says that, oh, we don't need his lot, I have a photo here from January 7th of this year on a Sunday.
Was this the police memorial? I'm just curious.
I actually don't know, but I don't know what was there.
Because I did see the police one.
Yeah, but it was a big event at, Mr. Modelsky's home, which is fine. And what is not an uncommon occurrence is for Dr. Booth's lot to be filled.
Can you hand it to the clerk?
Yes. I have multiple copies.
Just hand them all to her. She'll pass them out, or pass them around.
I will also note that in some of those pictures, there are some bigger vehicles. So, for 20 years, we've had big vehicles, right? Suburbans and all sorts, and they've been getting in and out. This proposal will solve the problem of people parking on Mr. Modelsky's lot. It will solve it. It doubles the number of parking spaces. They're bigger than the existing parking spaces. It even provides a little cutout at the south end to do a little, three-point turn. There's no public safety issue. They'll do what they do now. You've heard from the public safety people. Counsel for Mr. Modelsky is incorrect when she says that a variance was not granted, the same variance for Menards. It said 18.5 in the report, but my understanding, Melissa, is this correct, that counted the curb, and we don't have the curb, so apples to apples, it's the same?
Correct, it was to back a curb for both projects.
Okay. I also want to note that go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to table L7 until our attorney has the opportunity to review the whole package and give us his advice.
Is there a second? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
No.
Trustee Stylen?
I'm going to say aye.
Trustee Mason?
No.
Okay, motion is carried to table.
Will this be on what's the next agenda that it will be on?
March.
Maybe April 10th, if he's not here.
Go ahead. So our attorney's personally not going to be here in 2 weeks. This is my attorney Pasquinelli.
Even attorneys need breaks, I understand.
I feel like a judge up here. This is so unfair.
Would you be able to review?
However, I would like Mr. Pasquinelli present. Is April 10th?
I mean, yes, if that's, I agree the attorney should be here in April 10th. If that's the first date, that's fine.
Sir, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I personally am not going to be here. A representative from our law firm will be here, but I believe the board would like me to look at it, given my expertise and experience with the board.
Understood.
Yes.
Man, I would actually like, because Mike, you've heard this whole thing be laid out, I would rather wait till you are available here If it takes 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever it is, this has been going on for a long time. I would rather you be here and give that explanation.
I would agree.
If it possible, I'd like to meet with you and Mr. Modelski, or you and Mr. Booth, and then Mr. Modelski and his attorney separately at some point before the next meeting.
Be happy to.
Thank you. Is that okay with you, Mr. Modelski? Okay.
And Madam Mayor, that is very judge-like. That's how judges do it.
Meet me in my chambers.
Yeah.
Is that what it said? I don't know.
If I can get counsel's card.
Can we have your cards so we can contact you directly, both attorneys? Melissa?
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Can we ask the applicant and attorney to try and find more information from the county that can help answer some questions for Trustee Consolino?
That's actually what I was going to do.
Okay.
Attorney Arnold, we were asking if we can get more information on the questions that were asked, especially regarding this lot line issue and wall and...
Specifically, I think what's being asked a lot up here is the circumstances of the condemnation, the circumstances of the sale of the land under surplus when it was sold. And only because I don't want to spend my time looking for this, and the questions have been asked. So if the board wants to hear this, I think that I'd like the applicant to find this information and not staff. But I just need to know, I think we need to answer this question before we leave the room.
But I'm happy to discuss if you'd like, on the condemnation.
I think briefly, the mayor, my brief discussion with the mayor, I think it'd be helpful if counsel for the Modelskis and also Mr. Arnold, if you could submit us just why you believe, for instance, counsel for Modelski, why you believe the issue in regards to the retaining wall, let's just assume arguendo that there is an encroachment there. Why you believe that that's a factor for this board to consider in granting or denying the requested relief by petitioner. Both of you, if you can submit arguments, both whoever's for that and whoever's against that, that would assist me in my review of it, and then my discussion with the board in regards to what my legal view is with respect to that.
The existing retaining wall that was raised. Understood.
And if there's been any legal action taken by either party to enforce any of anyone's claimed easement rights or rights of access or restrictions or what have you, since this property, the ingress and egress issue was created back, I believe, sometime in 2001 or earlier. From my following of this.
Understood. And
we have that.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to address Ms. King's
I believe
question?
we have the ingress egress paperwork, but just...
Well, I guess what I'm curious, and I believe the board will be curious, because my questions will be asked when I discuss this with them. One of my major questions are going to be, what, if any, legal action has been taken between the two relevant landowners here that arguably share ingress and egress? Has there been any legal action between each other in any court regarding, a claim of superior right of egress or ingress or access, or to vacate an existing easement, or someone claiming there's an implied easement? Any sort of legal action regarding this whole property, we'd like to know about it, because we don't have that information.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I think Ms. King asked about the condemnation and the acquisition, and do you want me to address that now, or wait till next time?
No, we'll just address it when we have a meeting, and I'll ask Mr. Pasquinelli to come with, and we'll figure this out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Number 8, consider for approval an intergovernmental agreement between the Village of Homer Glen and Will County School District 92 considering village use of Oak Prairie Junior High School property for public parking and access during Homer Community Festival, June 27th through 30th, 2024. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Trustee Fialco, and I think it was Trustee Consolino I heard first.
Perfect.
Trustee Fialco?
No, this is something that we do every year for Homerfest in case it rains, and then we hire a bus company to go on standby. And the school parking lot would be for overspill of Homerfest. Should we get a huge crowd, we would do it that way. Or if we get a little sprinkle out there, and the center parking where the grass is at gets wet and we can't put cars there, we would move them down to the school. So that's what this IGA is for.
Trustee Cancelino?
No, Trustee Fialko explained, thank you.
Trustee Reinders?
I'm good.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Stylen?
Nothing.
Trustee Mason?
No, Trustee Fialko covered it. Safety agrees with it, and it's just about the job changes, so.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Cancelino.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider for approval an ordinance approving and adopting the official 2024 zoning map of the Village of Homer Glen. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Reinders?
Second.
Trustee Cancelino? Trustee Reinders?
No, I have nothing. It's good.
Trustee Cancelino?
Nope.
Trustee Fialko?
Nothing.
Trustee Mason?
No.
Trustee McNaughton?
Nothing.
Trustee Stylen? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee Cancelino.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 10, consider for approval of the amended Mayor and Village Board Standard Operating Procedure Number 3 to reflect the changes to the village staff, traffic, and parking restriction review group. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Mason?
second.
Trustee Fialko? Trustee Mason?
No, the Public Safety and Services Committee unanimously recommends to adopt this. And bottom line, there is changing in staffing, which will need to, reflect in the SOP. So I'm in favor.
Trustee Fialko?
The only thing I would say on this one is there's, I believe, in 5 different spots it says the Public Works Director, and then in 2 spots, just above, on the very last page on the back side, I think the should probably be included. Not that this is a big deal, but we're talking about it. So if we could just keep the word the Public Works Director in consultation, and then the Public Works Director shall be responsible, just in those 2 spots to keep that word the in there. That's it for me.
Duly noted, we'll make that change.
Do I shouldn't.
So I don't know, do you need a, well, there's just a motion to approve
Motion
it.
for correction. I'll make a motion for correction to the 2 words, the, above number 4 and below number 4, to add the word the chief, or the Public Works Director in both spots. I need a second.
So moved. I'll second.
I'm sorry, you can't approach the dais at the time. Thank you. So we have a motion on the table to approve the motion as amended. All in favor? I have to roll call. Can I do ayes and knees? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Fialko made the motion to amend. Now we're going to Trustee Cancelino. Did I already go to you?
Motion to amend, second?
No, we already voted on
Oh,
that.
back to the note. Aye.
You're about as
Where
lost.
are we?
You're about as lost as I am right
Where are
now. Do you have any more comments on this?
No, no.
Okay, Trustee Reinders, do you have any more comments on this? Trustee Styler?
No comment.
Trustee Mason? Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Cancelino.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Got it. Okay, we're going to do number 12. Consider for approval an ordinance extending the moratorium on new video gaming licenses for 30 days. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee
I'll
Fialko?
second.
Trustee Mason? Any discussion?
It comes back to me. Right? Okay. The reason I wanted to switch these around is because right at the moment, it's not if we're going to put the moratorium on there, we shouldn't be voting. If we're voting on this tonight under 11, I don't see why we need to extend the moratorium on gaming. But if we're voting for 11 to take place, although I did not, honestly, I did not have the packet for this with the redlined items until I sat down here today. It wasn't in my original packet. So I'd almost like to table the other one, would be the other one. As far as putting this on for 30 days, I know it does say on the bottom, of the motion itself, that the 30-day does not, would not apply to renewal, because I believe tobacco license or gaming license come up in, okay, so it won't affect the gaming license is provided, so.
Fialco, Trustee Fialco, you have me so lost. What? Me both.
The thing is, we're voting, we've got two things we're voting on. One is to take L11 and vote to approve it as it is.
No, I was going to make an amendment, but we switched them.
Okay, hold on, but Trustee Fialco, I think that's why we had 12 after 11, because if we agreed on 11, then we didn't have to do the moratorium, but
no,
now you've got it switched.
It didn't make sense that we would table something or put a moratorium, continue a moratorium if we were going to take and, it didn't make sense to me. That's why I switched it to talk about it first. But here's what I would say with this. I don't believe that we need to take and extend the moratorium. That would be my opinion. But I do think we need to table L11 until we can review this with everything that's been redlined in here. And I did not get the packet till I sat down at this meeting today. No different than wanting to look over a contract.
But you did get it in electronically.
No. And this was the first time that I'm seeing it. So what I'd like to do is, I'm not in favor of extending the gaming licenses for that thing for 30 days. That would be my opinion. I don't know who seconded it.
Are we good, Madam Mayor?
A fly fell on my head. And it was buzzing around. So,
that would be next.
okay, yes, you are next, but Trustee Fialco, can you please clarify what you were just saying? Did you want to? Yeah, can you help me? Is it late? No.
Trustee Fialco just moved, he does not want to extend the moratorium on gaming.
Okay, so the motion is to approve. So can they just vote no? We're on 12.
Well, it depends how we all vote, right? I mean,
Well, the motion for 12 that we're looking at right now is consider for approval of an ordinance extending the moratorium on a new, so if you guys all vote no, then it doesn't extend.
Right.
So you're recommending no, to vote no.
To not extend it only because we're probably in agreement with this, except for just review till the next meeting.
Okay.
I don't think we need to extend the moratorium at all.
Okay, so you're voting to
That's my
approve it,
opinion.
but you're voting to say no. Or you're asking
That
for
would be
everyone
my
else to say no.
opinion under discussion.
Okay,
Trustee Fialco did about what I was doing.
okay.
I'm not in for extending it, but that's why I didn't want to shift 11 and 12, Madam Mayor.
I get it.
Because I wanted to make an amendment, but I guess we're on 12, so we really can't talk about 11.
Right.
So, bottom line, I'm in agreement with him on 12, and we can take the roll then, I guess.
Okay, Trustee McNaughton?
Agreed.
Trustee Stylen?
Is there a consequence if we don't extend the moratorium?
If we don't extend the moratorium?
Right, I mean, are we meeting a deadline? Is that why we would extend the moratorium?
Mayor, attorney.
Well, your present ordinance as it stands would be the ordinance that controls. So if you don't adopt an ordinance today, a gaming ordinance today, then your present ordinance would be the ordinance unamended or unrevised that would be the ordinance on the books for any new applicants coming in for purposes of gaming. And if you look at the revisions, I think, that are in the packet, there are quite a few revisions in there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so our choice is to approve 11, or we go back to what it was, because we will no longer have any moratorium. Okay, so Trustee Stylen, did that answer your question?
Yeah, so I think we need the moratorium because
Yes. After Kimay.
Hold on, Trustee Reinders didn't go.
Nor did.
I'm so confused.
You didn't have a fly fall on your
Because
head.
that's why they stay in order.
All right, Trustee Fialco, we'll go back
I agree.
around.
You know what? After looking at this and hearing the attorney speak, I think doing the 30-day moratorium till we get this approved makes sense, but I would, again, when we get there, I'd like to table that so we have time to review it till the next meeting, that's all. So I agree. I think that makes sense to extend it for 30 days.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Trustee Fialko?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Pass.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye to approving the moratorium.
Trustee Consolino?
Aye.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, now back to 11. Consider for approval an ordinance amending Article B1 of Chapter 83, licensing and regulating video gaming within the Village of Homer Glen. Is there a motion?
I would like to make a motion to amend.
I'll second that motion.
Wait, attorney, can you help me? Did you guys drink before this meeting?
No, but that's why I wanted them in order.
Attorney, so Trustee Fialko and Trustee Mason, Trustee Fialko wants to vote, or made a motion to approve, but he will want to table. Trustee Mason said he'd like to approve the motion, but amend it.
That is correct.
So there's a motion to amend, and that's a superseding motion. So what is the amendment? I believe you would recognize.
Both. I didn't recognize either because.
Who gave it a second? I didn't know who gave it.
Well, you guys said it at the same time. You said I make the motion to approve.
May I say?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute for me. He has to state, or Trustee Mason has to state his amendment on the record. Then you would be able to second that amendment, and then there would be a vote on the amendment, and if the amendment failed, then you'd go back to the original question.
Okay, but on the original motion was my question. Who seconded? I made this, I've made the motion.
Nobody has.
No.
But you would need a second to then go to your motion to amend.
Okay, if I could just, for clarification, when I read the motion, you both said, I'll make that motion, but you stopped, and then Trustee Mason said to amend. So I don't know who goes first. Does an amendment supersede a motion?
Your motion to amend is supersede, no?
But there was no second for either one of you.
I thought CJ did.
The motion to amend would supersede. I did not hear if there was a motion by Trustee Fialko that.
They said it at the same time.
Yeah. Well, then the chair has to make a determination whose motion came in first.
Okay, well, all right, motion to amend will go first.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's your amendment?
Thank you, ma'am. Bottom line, and I understand it because I don't know if I left mine at home or if I read it. I thought I read it electronically, but maybe I came in and talked to Gina about it, which I know I did. And I looked over L11, and again, we're not trying to penalize. We're trying to.
Wait, we're not in discussion. We are in amendment right now. What is your amendment?
What I would like to do is make an amendment to add wording for L11 under the blue highlighted section to take off the village board and put in by the village president, because state statute states to have the village president do that. And I don't want to hinder business going forward.
Where are you at?
What page? Point of order, what page?
I don't have it with me.
You don't have your packet? You don't have your packet?
No, it's not in my packet. I don't know if it's on my kitchen table.
There's a lot of blue in here.
Yeah, right.
It was on the
let me
desk, yeah.
And do you have the state statute with you?
Point of order.
It's right
We are
here.
still in Trustee Mason's amendment.
Yeah, it might be on my kitchen table, and I apologize.
Okay, that's not part of the amendment.
Excuse me?
Well, please finish your amendment.
Oh, so it's C on, let's see, under the application process, and it is section C, 2, let me see, AB, 2C, 2C. And it states in here that fees will be reviewed by the village president and the board of trustees. But by state statute, you don't need the trustees. Not everybody that comes in front of us has to, especially if you're an established business, especially if you've already, you're buying a business and moving.
Okay, hold on. So wait, these are not, this booklet is not page numbered. So we should
Right.
have it numbered for
So that's why I
future.
started telling you exactly.
All right, so we got page 1 with the supplement sheet. What page is it from there?
Is it in my supplement? Hold on, maybe it's in my supplement. I
So
forgot to
section
grab my supplement.
8355. Section 8355, which is penalty, so it's the blue paragraph above that.
Yeah.
Trustee Mason, you would like to remove the words "and Board of Trustees," the last sentence?
That is correct. That is correct, because state statute does not require us to look at everything that comes across. If it's a new business, and I agree, if it's a new business, non-existing, and I'm saying this because there are businesses that may move their location, they've already been vetted, they've had their background checks. Now, will they need to fill out the application for a new location? I don't know.
Okay, we're still not in discussion, but that's your amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And is that the only amendment to the motion?
I think that's what I'm
right here.
basically getting to is
He wants to
that,
remove this.
I just still don't know what he's changing.
let me see.
All right.
Number C.
Trustee Fielko. Is there a second, so we can just get into discussion? We can make all sorts of amendments from
I
that.
will second that.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll for the amendment?
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
We're voting on the First Amendment. Just,
I know, but I never got to discuss it.
we're gonna get into discussion. That's, you're gonna make a motion and a second and then discussion. So we're getting into discussion.
Before we amend, though, we ask everybody, right? He said what he wanted to amend.
No, yeah.
He got
right.
his second, but we didn't discuss it. I didn't have discussion about it.
I thought you
And I
had to
do
make
have
a
something
motion
to
and a
add.
second after an amendment to amend the motion.
There's a second, and then there's discussion on the amendment, and then you have a roll on the amendment.
Okay, so we're in discussion, I guess.
Okay, well, can I continue?
Oh, 'cause
the
he got a
amendment?
second.
Because it also states it here too, and the original, I'm glad I have the supplement sitting with me because the original is at home. But the licensee shall include the Village of Homer Glen, its officers, village president, board of trustees, and agents. It really only has to say the village president if it's an existing business.
Okay, so I think I know what you're saying.
You
So
get what
you're-
I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. So you're saying if it's a brand-new business that wants gaming, it comes before the board.
Absolutely.
But if it's an existing business
Yes.
that
And he
already
moves down the
falls
street.
under the parameters of what we're asking, 2,000 square foot,
Well, yeah, we want to stay within what we did.
so like a 1,500 square foot would not
apply.
work. It wouldn't apply. So like if someone wanted to buy, well, let's just say Tavern in the Glen that already has liquor and gaming,
Perfect example.
then the person doesn't have to wait the year.
Right.
And then the village president can do as they've done.
Well, that's your job.
I
You're
know,
the liquor
but
commissioner.
I'm trying to repeat what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry,
and
I
making
didn't
sure I
mean to
got
be
it. No.
condescending. I apologize.
I just
did
want to make
not.
sure I know what I'm saying.
But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is not hinder the business itself, but you're describing it perfectly. You're doing it better than I was doing it.
Okay, so what he's trying to say, did everybody understand that part? So
Yeah, it's
it's already
grandfather. It's
existing
back to the
business.
grandfather.
Okay.
Right.
So what, he's saying Second Amendment, right?
Second Amendment?
Does he have a second spot that he's trying to change?
Trustee McNaughton seconded. He's making a second amendment to the motion, not like right to bear arms.
Correct.
Got it.
You gotta vote, you have to have. I think you need to have, you had the First Amendment, which I think everybody's now clear on what Trustee Mason is requesting. There's been a second to the Second Amendment. Now you need to have debate, discussion on that.
On the First Amendment.
First Amendment, correct.
All right, so the First Amendment was to remove the words "and Board of Trustees."
2C, in the area, paragraph 2C. part C.
Paragraph 2C, Part C. Trustee McNaughton, you made the second. Do you have any more discussion on it? You understand where we're at and what he's asking?
At this point, no.
Trustee Stylen, do you know where he's at and what he's asking?
Yes, I know more
Okay.
discussion.
Trustee Reinders, do you know what he's asking?
Yes, I know exactly what he's asking, but my question is, if you have a business, an existing business, and just say they're going to move down the block to a bigger location, and they decide to take on another partner to help with the cost of the new business, how does that fall in line here? It should, I believe that it still should have to come before the Board of Trustees to be approved, because that's how things could slip through the cracks. I believe, I mean, because we all know a lot of times when people expand, they take on additional partners or whatever. So my question is it's not exactly
So you're saying I didn't mean to cut you off, but if Tavern in the Glen still had their license.
Yes.
And they just want to move to another location because they want to get bigger.
And they take on a partner.
Okay, but if they were to move as is with their
Yes.
license on their own and move
Right.
to a new location, that would still fall under here. If they were to say, I want to move and take on a new partner, that's something totally different because
Right.
now there's additional people.
Right, but it's an existing business. So you
Yeah,
see
but
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? It's kind of like
But that just happened.
catch-22.
But there's the same thing that happened with Davidson's, right?
Yeah.
So, perfect example, and the reason why I agree with Trustee Mason on this is because we have an existing business who already has video gaming. They have their liquor license and they're gaming. If we were to say, now you have to wait a year, those customers that have continued to go there over and over and over, and they played the slots, they're gonna go, you don't have machines anymore? I'm gonna take my business elsewhere.
No, I understand that part of it.
Yeah.
I do understand that part of it.
But
All
that's what
I'm
he's
saying is-
asking right now. But if you're saying I don't think that falls under here right now. This is
Well,
just if it's
I think there should be something somewhere in there.
that could be another amendment. But
Yeah.
as of this, though, this doesn't affect, right?
I don't think we should.
A license under this article is effective for a period not to exceed 1 year after issuance unless sooner suspended. Attached garnishment, nor the Bible transfer.
If I can say.
Yes, please.
So, back a couple weeks ago, we were asked, when we looked at the original video gaming terminal operator ordinance that was here, we were asked to do two things. We were asked to provide a grandfather provision to grandfather in the existing businesses that could not meet the 2,000 square foot requirement. That was number one. Number two, we were asked to draft a prohibition on asset transfers, meaning, we're not precluding someone from transferring assets, but it was discussed weeks back that oftentimes ways to circumvent gaming ordinance have been asset sales, so that the existing corporation still exists, but yet new owners come in because they buy a large percentage of those assets. They get the license, they get the benefits of the license, but they're not subject to the review, they're not subject to the monitoring, they're not subject to that whole application process, which is why this board granted the video gaming license in the first place, okay? So we were asked to draft that, and that's what we did. So we drafted the grandfather in provision, and we also, that's where you see subsection C. That was suggested to us that we mirror the asset transfer restrictions that are on the liquor code, that currently exist in the liquor code. And that's pretty much verbatim, with the exception to a couple tweaks, what we see in the liquor code. The number that was chosen was 10%, anything that is in excess of 10%, and that's subject to whatever this board or village manager, whatever you all think would be appropriate. But those are the two things that we did, just so that we all understand what's going on. Thirdly, when we went through this process, we noted to village manager Baber and also to Ms. Marquette that the current code only licensed terminal operators. It didn't license premises. So immediately, Mr. Baber said, that's not my impression of what the board would like. So they asked me on Friday our firm to redo it so that we provide a license for both video gaming establishments, known as premises, the actual physical location. They get a license, in addition to the terminal operator license, the folks that actually provide the machines, okay? So that's why you see all the blue. And that section, part C, about that the license is for a period of not to exceed a year, about the transferability, that was taken from, pretty much from the liquor code.
So this
that
is,
we all understand where we're at with this. Thank you.
okay, so my one question to what Trustee Reinders had stated, though, but that would be no different is if Davidson was to bring in another partner while they still owned it and then release their assets to them anyways. There's still loopholes.
Right.
So regardless, either way, they wouldn't come before the board still anyways.
Right.
So I mean, these are all just new ways of creating new loopholes for them. And the safest way is to just have it, if it's a new business, they would come before the board.
Right.
If it's an old business and things are business as usual, leave it be. They don't need to, let's not
no, if it's
create
business as
new
usual,
hoops
right,
for them and
exactly.
just leave it as it is. But that's the one amendment we're discussing right now, what Trustee Mason is asking. That's the only one we can vote on right now.
Right.
Trustee Fialko?
Council, I'd like council to be able to answer, with that change, do you foresee anything that could be a problem only because the village manager is the one that used to give the license for gaming, or as I remember. And now we wanted to make it inclusive. I believe that was our conversation, where it was going to involve the board and the village president. That's everybody, right? So by doing this, we're kind of, I get what we're saying and what is being said on both sides. I understand Trustee Mason, I understand the mayor, but you drafted this. There has to be a reason why you drafted that this way, right? You reviewed it, and this is your best advice to us, is the way it reads.
So
I don't want to change anything that you guys took the time to review and to make. Let's vote.
Yeah, the last clause that we're talking about, the modification on, that was something that we imported in when we drafted it. There has been comments that I'm hearing that it may be too restrictive on businesses that currently exist and transfer a small percentage of their assets, or 10%, 15% of their assets. And it would be more of a streamline, from what I'm hearing, it would be more of a streamlined process for those existing businesses that transfer some of their assets to just allow one singular person to approve it in the same manner a liquor commissioner, for instance, would do. That's what I'm hearing.
Hold on one
Or a
second.
similar manner.
Hold on, everybody pause for 1 second. So the reason why we're doing it this way is because we wanted to mirror what the liquor license is. So it's not a matter of, oh, you can have your liquor license, but then we got to go to the manager, and then we got to go to the board. It's just to streamline the process, as long as they meet everything. But I also, just for Trustee Fialco to answer your question, I did ask Village Manager Joe Baber if he wanted that, and he stated no. So that is why I said, okay, well, you're asking it because before it used to be the village manager. You're right, it was. That's why I said, Joe, it's going to go back to you, and he said, I prefer not. So
can I finish?
That's why.
With my thing.
I was answering a question.
Okay. The thing is, I think this provides transparency, though, because something like this could be done without the board knowing, and I think it's good because the complaints are out there from the public about too much gaming, too much this, too much that, right? Well, when it comes to the board and we're all working together, the transparency is there, that now the board knows this transaction took place with the business, they sold it, they're transferring, and I don't see the problem with it. I just see transparency with it. I don't think there's going to be an argument about it, but I think the board knowing that something transferred assets within our village and knowing that took place could be a valuable thing to communicate to the public too, that might want to know. And I get what Trustee Mason is saying, but I think we can always change it later if we don't see it working. But right now, you took the time to put this together, and I just think the transparency part of knowing when a business, the board now knows when a business sells, you now know that the assets are in somebody else's hands. And if the trustee has, at that time, can give their input, they can give their input to it as to how they feel with what took place.
So with transparency, I've been very transparent with everything that takes place.
I'm not saying you.
Right, but I'm just saying, if a business was to come in and transfer assets, or something like this nature would happen, they contact Ms. Marcotte, she talks to me. You also have Joe Baber, who communicates. Between the one of the three of us, I guarantee that you guys will know what takes place. So if it's a transparency issue, I'm certain it will get to you. But does end your comments, because I would like to continue on with the rest of the board. Trustee Consolino, do you have anything else?
No, I'm not giving up the corporate authority on this, so.
Did anybody else have any comments? Wait, that I missed.
No.
Trustee Silent, did I ask you?
No, yeah, you did.
Okay, sure. Madam Clerk, just call the roll. On the First Amendment.
Trustee Fialco?
No.
Trustee Mason?
Aye.
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton?
Aye.
Trustee Consolino?
No.
Trustee Reinders?
Got to go with no on this one.
Aye.
Do I need to say your name?
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor Knightsky-Troicki.
Aye. All right, so further discussion, is there more amendments? And just so you know, that's how the state statute is written, that the mayor has the...
That's right, I looked it up.
Yeah, that's right. But was there another amendment? Trustee Silent?
Well, I might like to have one. So this is the final gaming ordinance that we would be voting on, right here.
If we
approve this.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So I don't know if I want to amend this, but I'm not going to vote for a truck stop.
So I'm going to have the attorney address this, because before, when the truck stop had come about, I don't think we can restrict a truck stop if they have the adequate amount of diesel fuel
And acreage.
and acreage. I don't think we can restrict them. The only thing we can restrict, which I think they're allowed up to 10 machines by the state, I think we can restrict to 6, or restrict the number.
Yep.
Miss Marcotte, is that true? Yeah, so we can't restrict the gas station itself because it's a truck stop. Attorney, is that true?
Can you cite that? Because I feel like I read that you could.
So,
Well, you know, when we put together this ordinance, we believe that how this is put together, obviously, is currently compliant. You're asking me now if we can just remove completely in its entirety a truck stop establishment as the definition of a licensed premises. I'd have to look into.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I haven't prepared. I don't have a prepared answer for you on that issue.
okay, because I know this was debated between two attorneys we had once upon a time, and they both had two different opinions on it. However, Sue, is that an amendment that you are looking to make?
Yes,
Because
if
there's
we could
discussion.
remove the licensed
Because there will be discussion
trucks.
after that. Is there a second for that?
I didn't, to remove, I'm sorry.
To remove truck stops from gaming.
Well, we can't, because we can limit the number. We
So
can't remove them.
what we can do, okay. Sue, before we get on a second, because can we talk about this before there's a second?
No.
All right, so we need a second.
We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
Sorry, Sue, I
That's
just want to
fine.
do what's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
We removed,
Okay, so trustee Stylen, with what you were saying though, so we got a couple things. One, the attorney has to look to see if we can even remove truck stops. Two, I'd really like to look into maybe, because I don't think it's right to now rip a trucks, like rip gaming out of there. Maybe we could just say just for the one, you know, there's all these different questions now that make, yep.
but the one that's there would be grandfathered in.
Right, but then we got to talk about the future sale and all that other stuff along with this, because we talked about the restriction of 2,000 square feet for a restaurant. We didn't talk about for a gas station. So there's many more questions. So I believe Trustee Fialko I know there's a first and a second, so we're gonna have to vote on Trustee Stylen's amendment. But Trustee Fialko had mentioned earlier a tabling of this matter. But I'd still like to discuss some things so we can.
That's why I seconded, we can discuss it.
Okay, so is there any more comments on Trustee Stylen's amendment?
Are we going to who
No.
second?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Madam Mayor, and I appreciate Trustee Stylen's concerns. We haven't really discussed that in the past, but I don't think, because again, I did some reading, I came in, had some conversation with staff, and I don't think you can take away or stop, but you can name, if I'm correct, and if you mind me asking Gina, am I correct, it's the amount, it's the number of, am I right on that? The number of machines? Because you can't stop them from having them if they follow everything and fall within the ordinance.
I mean, I think that's what the attorney is going to look into. Gina's the clerk, so I think.
I'm almost positive. Okay.
Gina, I know you're a very smart chick, but I think that would be it for attorney review.
Okay. Okay, well, that opens it up to discussion then. So if anybody else has questions, concerns, I'm done, but that's what I thought.
Gina, do you know the answer?
No, the attorney would have to check
Okay.
into that. I know that you can go based off of how many machines that the state allows, and you can lower that if you don't want that amount. but that says,
If they fall within all.
We don't know. That's what we're going to have the attorney look into.
Sorry for putting you on the spot.
Trustee McNaughton, do you have anything on the trustee Styland's amendment?
No, I'm not going to make a motion to table at this point, but I would like to continue the conversation. It seems like this opens more questions than it solves by...
But we're still in the motion to amend with trustee Styland's motion. So anything on her motion?
No.
Trustee Reinders?
I think I stated in a couple meetings back about, I'm sorry, I think I stated in a couple meetings back. Oh my God. Okay, what a confusing night this has been. I stated before that if we look at the numbers of what the gas and wash has generated for this village, how could we deny a truck stop coming within this village, as long as it's not in our, as long as we restrict the areas in which they can actually approach to try to put a truck stop in. But if you look at the numbers, I mean, it's a no-brainer. The numbers speak for themselves. They're probably one of the highest generating.
They were. They're the second.
The second. So they're the second highest generating revenue of gaming sales.
But Trustee Reinders, Dottie's is number one, and they don't fall underneath the square footage code.
Yeah, don't get me started on Dottie's.
So I mean, by what we're doing, if we were to follow suit with what Trustee Styland said, and we were to follow suit with our own square footage, we would be knocking off number one and number two of our highest generators.
Right. But if we also, I mean, the state statute, which I've read many times, the state, I don't think we cannot give them gaming. If they meet all the criteria, the state statute, I mean, can I ask the attorney a question?
No.
Okay, does our ordinances supersede the state statutes?
Again, I don't want to...
Under home rule.
When we put together this ordinance, we believe that this ordinance as we put together was permissible under our home rule authority.
Mm-hmm.
The specific question that has been asked of me now is, can we remove the definition of a licensed establishment, a truck stop? I don't know.
Yeah.
I need to look that up. I'm not prepared to answer that right now.
Well, I disagree. I think that they're very beneficial to the business, to the actually the revenue, generating the revenue for this village. And also, I also believe that if we agree to amend something like this, that we amend it so that they're limited to a certain section of the village.
And that you will have that right when
Yes.
the license comes before you.
Right.
Trustee Fialko, do you have anything for this?
I admire Trustee Styland's concerns. I think we're putting the cart before the horse. The attorney said he needs to review it. I think making any amendment to a truck stop provision would be premature till we get the attorney's advice. And I'm not in favor of amending anything in regards to that right now. Matter of fact, you heard me earlier, I wanted to table this, and I think we should. And once we're done with this motion, I will probably do that.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Consolino? No. All right, so the only thing I wanted to add to that, the reason why I wanted to see what everybody had to say is because I'd rather not pay the attorney to look into this and draft something up if that is not your intentions anyways. So if your intentions is to keep the truck stop regardless if we can or we can't remove it, I would almost like to just know that answer ahead of time so we're not, buying Mike's kids Christmas presents for this ordinance. Sorry, Mike. So if that's not something that you guys even want to look into, that's why I did it. But it sounds to me that you guys want him to look into this because you may want to remove it. So
I'm pretty familiar.
Because I don't want to keep adding things to his plate and then it's going, we don't want to do it anyway, so thanks, here's some money.
I'm pretty familiar with it.
So just putting it out there. So we're going to vote on Trustee Styland's amendment right now, which she's asking to, wait, Trustee Styland, you want to change your amendment? Or
remove it?
No, my amendment would stand to remove the truck stops.
If we can.
If we can.
So, okay. All right, let's vote. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Trustee Styland?
Aye.
Trustee Mason. Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
No at this time.
Trustee Consolino.
Yes.
Trustee Reinders.
No.
Trustee McNaughton. I mean Mason, sorry, I had to come back to you.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Nope.
Oh, come on, guys. Mayor Knightsky, Troiki. I don't know. Well, we might as well have them look into it because we need a solid answer anyway, so aye. Aye, but I'm not in favor of removing truck stops. I got a half a vote each way.
And that's exactly right. We just need the right answer. No.
Okay, now trustee, anybody want to make another motion?
I'll make a motion to table L11.
I will second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now, where are we? Pizza break? Rose, did you call, trustee?
Reinders?
Yep. Did you order pizza yet? All right, we're going to move on to 13. Consider for approval an ordinance extending the moratorium on new tobacco licenses for 30 days.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Trustee Mason?
No, it sounds like staff needs, according to read through this, a little more time, and with that being said, so be it.
Trustee Steinlen?
Agreed.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Consolino?
Agreed.
Trustee Fialko?
I just want to call attention to the bottom of page 1, that 30-day moratorium would not apply to the renewal of tobacco licenses, which I think is at the end of April. They expire, they have to be by May 1st. So this shouldn't apply to any existing tobacco shops, so I am in support of it.
Trustee Reinders?
Aye.
What? No, is there any discussion?
Oh, no, sorry, no. Oh, God.
No, shoulder, knees and toes. Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Steinlen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
No.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Reinders.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, moving into old business. Is there any old business? Going once, going twice? Okay. New business. Discussion regarding bringing back the Admin and Finance Committee. So I had briefly spoke to Trustee Reinders about this. I am personally not in favor of Admin and Finance, only because I'm here every day anyways. I know what's going on. I ask the questions when I need to. But unfortunately, the Admin and Finance Committee calls for the mayor to sit on that committee. So to me, it's just going to take up more time of my day that I'm already spending away doing a job that I get paid peanuts for. However, I think it is important to have admin and finance, and you can see why for what happened for the consent agenda today. I would like to kind of combine, if the board was to give a consensus to bring it back, because we have to make a motion to bring it back in another meeting, but I'd also like to combine the ordinance review and the ethics committee, which the ethics committee is not. I gave you guys this ethics packet months ago, and I said review. I know a couple of you stopped back in and asked for it again. It's not necessarily an ethics committee, but just to kind of change that ethics policy around and talk about, like, get the conversation going about why things are happening. I'm not saying this specific to anybody, but sometimes I feel like some of the elected officials, not just us specifically, but elected officials don't follow the same rules or have the same respect as others to each other, or to residents, or to staff. And I think we just need to have a discussion, and this would be the perfect opportunity of the committee to discuss these matters. So if you're kind of looking at 1, 2, and 5, I kind of like to combine that into one committee. Is there a consensus on that, Trustee McNaughton? Any conversation, discussion, consensus?
It makes sense.
Okay.
I'm still thinking through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trustee McMason?
Yeah, the only thing is, as far as the admin and finance committee, if I had the email and I got that, I mean, I'm fine with it, because I do review. I'm almost here as much as you.
I know.
I'm not going to say every day, but I'm going to say every other day. So I get it, but I understand the ordinance review committee, the water task force, I get those things.
Okay. Trustee Steinle?
Well, I'm fine with an ordinance review committee. I think we need to look at policies and documents a little bit more than we do. So I would like to know if you were combining them. I'd like to see a description before I.
Of course. This is just a consensus for them, the staff, to get into this.
Okay. And then as regards to the ethics, so this was an ordinance that we had from 2004
That's what we found
for
from
our
2000.
ethics policy, and it references an ethics commission.
Right, so
that's totally different than a committee.
So that's why I said this isn't an ethics committee. This is just to basically talk about what ethics.
All right.
And then if we want to bring an ethics committee, that's something totally separate, because an ethics committee actually doesn't consist of any of us.
Right.
This is like the public being our judge, basically, telling us when we do something right or doing something wrong. That's basically what the ethics committee is. But this is more talking about ethics and its general policies, stuff like that.
Okay, I'm all for that.
Trustee Reinders, do you have any comments?
I basically, I don't have a lot of time to read all these emails and to go through all this stuff. I really would prefer an admin and finance committee, and I think it would alleviate some of the time that we spent on this board in discussion. And I have no problem with, I gave you my opinion. I think that we need to review our ordinances. I think that's most important. And as far as the ethics, I think, yes, we need to update all of this. And I think a committee as important as admin and finance, this could work under the umbrella of that.
Trustee Fialco?
Well, admin and finance does serve a purpose. I believe that ordinances, Joe, we talked about ordinances at admin and finance. I believe that the admin and finance, if you look at it's in one of the SOPs, it's still listed there. Of all the duties that were there, it's really a lot of stuff. And I think combining what you're saying, ordinance review committee, I think that was already part of it. Was it always exercised? No. But I don't have any problem with putting admin and finance back together and putting that ordinance review and maybe going through the list. And you say you spend a lot of time, and you do. The way around that would be to put three trustees on that board, and you're ex officio no matter what. So it doesn't mean you have to be there for all those meetings. But obviously, George did show up for all of them, I will tell you that. There wasn't one admin and finance meeting that George ever missed. But I think we could do it again. And then again, it's like anything else. We said we would come back to this, right? And so we are back to this. And I don't see any problem
kept my word.
Doing it again.
Okay. Trustee Cancelino?
Okay, so when it comes to A&F, yes, I would like to bring back A&F committee. I was opposed from the very start, but I was willing to try it out with the rest of you. Our meetings used to be 2 to 3 hours in length. Now our average is anywhere from 3 to 6 hours. So the only thing different that I see, other than committee member, board members, is that we got rid of A&F. I would definitely like an ordinance review committee. If there's a way to combine that maybe with A&F, that might not be a bad idea. Water task force, absolutely.
Something combined.
Ethics committee. So for the first year and a half when I started out, I had constantly asked our previous village manager or administrative whatever, and then our HR person about, I would rather have not the committee, I would rather have the actual commission that is listed in our SOPs. So I would like to explore doing that. We don't even have an ethics advisor like we have stated. So absolutely, I've been asking for this all along, so I'm definitely for it.
Okay. Okay, so that's the consensus. Is there any board members who would like to be interested in, I know it's a little early, but the reason why I'm asking is because if staff is going to look into this, I'd like the opinion of the people that actually may want to serve on this board, more so than others.
May I speak?
Yes.
So, Madam Mayor, I haven't missed a single meeting or a single committee meeting, and I have two compared to some people's one. As to Trustee Reinders, yes, I know you were all locked on time. I know, Madam Mayor, you're living here, and I'm starting to. That whole 12 cents an hour I make. Bottom line, I think if we could take the admin and finance, and as long as we're getting it in an email and we can read it at our own time, it might cut back on the time that we allocate to doing this. I do believe there should be a discussion regarding the ordinance review committee. Yes, on the ethics, but I believe as I read through it, it also said that on the ethics commission, that could be, and correct me if I'm wrong, again, I think that's on my kitchen table, but bottom line, I believe we can assign somebody from staff to do that too.
It does. However, my issue with that is it kind of then that's a loophole circle, right? If you're asking staff to basically judge the elected officials or making a judgment on something, that kind of puts them in a position, if we're putting pressure on the village manager, it's just kind of a roundabout way. But that is something for that committee to discuss, who's ever going to redirect the ordinance policy, because it's an ordinance. So then maybe when we do ordinance review, we review that ordinance as well, then come up with a committee.
You were asking?
No, I was going to keep going around so we didn't get into...
I'll tell you after April what my plan is.
Okay, Trustee McNaughton, do you have anything else? Trustee Stylen, do you have anything else to add?
Just another consideration in regards to the ordinance review. Maybe it's not always the same people. Maybe it's you rotate who's, talented and, their expertise on that particular ordinance.
The problem with that is if it's actually considered a committee, then you actually have to have it posted, they have to have the agenda posted and whatnot. But if you were to rotate on it, then everyone would have to be a member, right? And then you wouldn't have quorum. So there's all those other little problems that fall into it, which I thought of that as well. Or we could just say, okay, everyone take an ordinance, but then we get into all this back and forth once it comes up here.
And they have lengths of duty. They have lengths of duty. There you go. Go ahead.
Trustee Reinders, are you done, Trustee Simon? Trustee Reinders, do you have anything else to add?
No, I'm good.
Trustee Fialco, do you have anything else to add?
You know what, I'd like to give the opportunity to somebody who hasn't been on admin and finance. I was on it for many years. If you don't have the volunteers, I would be glad to help out on admin and finance. I want to give that opportunity first to somebody who hasn't done it, so they get to see. And if somebody's too busy, I understand that too. And like I said, I would be willing to help.
I would like to too.
Trustee Consolino?
No, I was on 3 committees at one point, so I would not mind volunteering my time for one of these committees, but it would depend on what times are available for that committee. And then I was going to ask if maybe you could refer to Mike, see if there's any other ideas for ethics.
Of course.
What other municipalities follow?
Right. That was going to be one of my suggestions. If we all gave consensus for this ethics commission or ordinance, I was going to actually ask the attorney to at least attend the one with the ethics, so we can all have a full review and discussion on your professional opinion on that matter. The other thing I was going to say was, don't forget, we're also having a water task force as well that I would like trustees to be a part of. So it's not just, we're all going to have to pitch in just a little bit more time. I'm going to be honest, I'm very, very overwhelmed with everything we have going on. And I appreciate those who have stopped in to help me. It's been great. So we're going to move forward. Oh, Joe.
I just want to make a comment. We're talking about an ordinance review committee. It's really our code. It's, we started writing ordinances back in 2001 when we incorporated. So there's been ordinances for years. And then that's all been incorporated into the current code. So when we say an ordinance review committee, it's really looking at the code and what we've adopted now. It's not all the old ordinances where there's repealers and things like that have occurred over the years. I think that's just something to consider, and it's a lot easier. Instead of going back 23 years of looking at ordinances, we look at our current code and what's been adopted now.
And then we just call it code review.
I'm just, because I'm, you know, staff, we look at our code now, and then we're constantly looking back at the historical ordinances that were incorporated in the code, and there's been revisions and things like that. So it's just something to think about. It's you know, it sounds very daunting, but I think if we take it with the individual staff that affects building codes, so we bring in the building official and building staff, planning department, zoning stuff, other things, licensing and different things like that. It affects different people, different staff members, and we're gonna have to bring those in at this committee and look at it that way. It's just not an ordinance, you know, we could change it by ordinance, but it's really a code review committee, I think.
I agree. And then you'd have 3 trustees plus myself, so I mean, you'd have majorities, so then this way, if, you know, we can streamline all these crazy discussions that we've been having about liquor and tobacco and all this other stuff, we could streamline it much easier. All right, I like that. I guarantee our meetings, though, will not shorten up if we have A and F. I'm still gonna say we're going 3 to 6 hours each meeting.
I'd like to make one suggestion before we leave this topic. Maybe instead of doing monthly meetings, which is kind of burdensome sometimes, with our schedule having 2 board meetings a month, maybe we could do some of these quarterly? These meetings? What we're talking about, yeah, maybe that's something to consider, doing some of these, like task force probably. Well, that one's kind of more
Now we got some stuff coming up with
So,
the
but I
water.
mean, some of these other ones, maybe the ordinance review, you know, either every other month, maybe every 3 months. I mean, it's food for thought.
I heard Trustee Reiner say she would like to be on the admin finance code, whatever.
I heard Trustee Mason too.
Go on.
I heard-
Who was the third?
And Trustee Mason, and I believe Trustee Fialko said he would be the third.
I said that if nobody else
So-
wanted to fill the 3,
I know Trustee Consolino said she would be interested or willing to, right, for A and F and ordinance or code, if nobody else wanted to.
Depends on the shift.
Time and stuff. Trustee McNaughton and Trustee Silent, do you prefer to be on it or off of it, or we have water task force as well. I don't know who wants to do what.
Oh, you want us to physically pick right now?
I'm not saying pick, I'm just saying think about, only because if it's gonna be Trustee Fialko, Trustee Reinders, and Trustee Mason, I'd like for them to kind of talk about what this committee, the vision of the committees are, right? And then, so we're not all over the place again. It's your committee, let's figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
I would be interested in water task force and ethics.
McNaughton, if you get time restraints too, don't hesitate to say that. I'm literally saying I would be a part of all of them. I'm gonna have to be a part of all of them.
Yes, then I'll take a look at that.
Okay. Trustee Stylen?
I'd like to think about it and see when the committees actually start.
I would help you out on water.
After the
task
fest?
force, too. It doesn't matter, either one of those for me.
Attorney, can I ask you a question? If there's more than 3 trustees on a committee, does it matter?
Nope.
You're talking about an OMA issue? What do you?
I don't know, just because because the water task force is gonna be a big deal, especially with everything that's happening. If all the trustees are there, whether they're on the committee or not on the committee, is that an OMA violation? I mean, we post the meeting anyways.
I think it's an open meeting, so there shouldn't be any issue with it.
Okay. I know, but
We had 3 on admin and finance. It was a public meeting, so it didn't break any rules.
I'm talking about because there was questions on if we had a committee meeting and another trustee showed up, there was an issue before. That's what was stated. So I want to make sure that was clarified. I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
In the past, we would post that as a village board meeting sometimes when that happened. So I don't know that. I mean, the attorney, I'm
That's why I said in the past some
yeah.
things have changed. So I never thought it was an issue, but okay. All right. Anyways, next, moving on. Everyone good? All right. I'll fill you guys in later. We talked about water task force briefly. Some things are happening. Can't really discuss too much right now. We're going to go in executive session to talk about potential litigation and all that fun stuff, potential litigation, personnel, and something else. But yeah, the water task force, I did have a couple of people already email and say that they would be interested, but I know that we have to put it back on our committee policy, our committee ordinance again. Do we have to bring that back? Because it existed once, but we have to bring it back again, right? So we're gonna have to vote on that as well. Okay. All right, last thing on new business is discussion regarding having a smoker's tent at the Homer Community Festival. So this was brought up at the Fest Committee about a smoker's tent. I had asked Attorney Pasquinelli to review this for me because there seems to be, I have an issue with having a tobacco tent, as we already have a tobacco section. I had an issue with the cost of the tent and the stuff that goes in the tent and just breaking even or losing money. I also have an issue with it being at a carnival where we have children. I understand that we can't restrict someone's signage of freedom of speech for signage, but we also have an ordinance that says that a tobacco license is not transferable. We don't have a temporary tobacco license. We don't, in our ordinance it says if you were to rent a tent or whatever, there's some stipulation in there. It does say that you can't sell, solicit, or give away tobacco products for free. So I wanted the discussion to be open about what is actually happening in this tobacco tent. What is the donation? What's the requirement? Does the applicant know they can't do any of these things? Why do we need a second smoking section? And then there was some questions if the committee itself gets to make these decisions or if it comes to the board. So Trustee Fialko, I only wanted to bring this up because I know that your committee had talked about it last meeting, and I know that we need to move forward on this. So I just wanted to open the door of discussion. I don't want any arguing, I just want a discussion. Like we're all friends sitting at a kitchen table talking about this.
And we got quite a few smokers in here too, right?
I think I see two.
Okay, two. Here, for one, Mike, I think we all need to make sure we're listening to this. For one, there's a lot of things that we're reading out of the ordinance book, right? Well, we don't normally have alcohol in the fest. We don't normally park cars on the grass in the park. We don't normally do a lot of things. We don't normally blow off fireworks. We don't normally have loud music. We don't normally have a bunch of things. For the 20 years that I know of the fest being around, there's always been a smokers section. Always. Now, there are people that smoke outside of the smoker section a lot of times, but people are always going to smoke. So the thought was with the fest, we'll have a tent that people can kind of hang out. And what if it's sprinkling a little bit? They got a place to be. But the idea was to bring in a vendor and a tobacco, which is the cigar. We call it a cigar bar. And other places do it too. And so it would be no different than right now, the mayor had a discussion and we're bringing in hard liquor. So we're bringing in Jack Daniels and vodka and all this other stuff. So I don't agree with the image that it looks bad, because you can't say, okay, you got fried foods out there. That looks bad. We can criticize that. We got people smoking behind where they serve beer. We could criticize that. We're serving hard liquor and beer. We could criticize that. So as far as the ordinance, we've always allowed businesses that have a license within the village to participate in Homer Glen. We give the business a business license. In January it was just given. We give the business a tobacco license in the village. And then to discriminate against that one person, it's no different than you can't sell hot dogs at the park on any given day, right? But we have people come in from businesses outside of Homer Glen and within Homer Glen that sell their products, right? Their food, their pizza, their hot dogs. And so therefore, this, with the fest, everything's temporary. It's like temporary political signs. It's not meant to be permanent. It's a part of the fest, which a lot of people do smoke. And if we talked about it before, and the thing is, even if you you took the tent away, people are still going to smoke they smoke everywhere. And then we try to cordon it off for the fest every year where we put signs, no smoking past this area. And it worked out really well. It was very well received, the cigar tent. People liked it, and people hung out over there then. And we made sure that it was more than 15 feet from the main tent. It was like 20 feet from the main tent. And so the idea was to still allow a business that pays taxes within the village to participate in Homerfest, and it was accomplishing two things. One, they pay for the tent. The 1 year Smokers Kingdom gave $6,000 towards the fest, and the tent cost $1,300 and some dollars, but right now the fee for the tent is $1,500. Now at the time I asked our events person to give me, you know, the difference between for a vendor a tent and the cost that they pay compared to what we're charging, and the same thing for the cigar. And it was about the same percentage, you know, that they're paying a little bit more than we pay for it to participate. But again, we have a lot of ordinances that says we can't do a lot of things, but yet for Homerfest, there's always, that's that grace period where we kind of put a little city together with tents and everything else down there. We have other businesses come in that sell hot dogs, pizza. We're going to be selling hard liquor somewhere. You said corn on the cob. Last year we had two things. You wanted a corn on the cob truck. That's what you said.
You guys didn't approve it, though,
No,
at the last.
well, we didn't approve pie in the face last year, and we didn't approve dunking
Yes,
thing,
yes,
but
we
we
did.
still did it. No, we didn't. Never went through committee. But nevertheless, that's not the point. The point is we have to take, and if we don't want a smoking area or a smoking tent, and we want to discriminate against a business that we sell a business license to, and we we sell them a tobacco license, I just don't think that's fair. Unless this board was going to say that we're going to make, now it does say if it's posted in the park on a sign where it says no smoking, you're not supposed to smoke in the park. People still do smoke in the park even when it's not the fest, but I don't believe we have the signs out there to back up what that part of the village code says. So let me just go through we're all pro-business here. We say we're pro-business, right? So I would think that everybody would want that business to participate, and it's a choice. At this time, it's a choice. Nobody has to go all the way to that east side. They know it's a smoker's area, it's cordoned off, right? And so if you're non-smoker, you can go to the other side. And I've never heard there was somebody that was smoking inside the tent, and I know Lieutenant Taylor, I think, took care of it right away. But we haven't had a problem with anybody complaining about having that smoking area for every fest that I've ever been to or involved with, and soon, you can bet, there's always been a smoking area. For the reason people are out there to enjoy themselves, that's the way they relax. And it is businesses that we allow in this village to sell that product. We even have a place called The Joint, and I will tell you, in Rosemont, they got a cannabis tent right out there with all the other tents for the vendors. They don't kick them out or to the side because they sell cannabis legally through the village. They have their tent right on the edge of those concerts in Rosemont. And they're doing it legally. So the thing is, I found no restrictions under 8315, 8321 of the village code, no restrictions under the state statute 410 ILS 82-10, no restrictions under 119-8 in the no smoking area of the village code. We do have even a temporary, going back to the liquor. Normally you wouldn't drink in the park, but we have people drinking in the park. We're gonna give them shots of Jack now too. But the thing is, I'm all for trying things, and I think I've exercised that what I'm saying. I've exercised that by saying, hey, you want the pie in the face? Let's try it. You want the dunk tank? Let's try it. Yeah, oh, okay. You want anything anyone's really asked for, I've kind of always said, if it doesn't work, we can always go back to the old way. But this is something that has always worked. We haven't got a bunch of complaints, and I see no reason to penalize anybody not the people in the village of Homer Glen that smoke, and not the smoking business that provides the tobacco that we sell them their business license and their tobacco license. So that would basically be it.
All right,
Although, just to finish up.
You just said that was it.
I said almost, right? So we have had people, I mean, as far as our lighting ordinance too, there's stuff with the carnival and the lighting there, we could pick on that, right? The noise ordinance and everything else with that. And we got a Narcan trailer that's going to be out there too. So all I'm saying is with smoking, there's a lot of people that still smoke. They relax in that area. They're away from everybody. And I don't see any reason to make it go away unless this whole board wanted to make the whole park and the whole fest non-smoking.
Okay, Trustee Field. That's a lot to unpack, is what I'm just going to say. But first and foremost, you made some statements that I want to clarify. I did not hear that we're giving shots of Jack. Let's not misconstrue what's actually happening. We're selling Jack and Cokes. We're selling Tito's and whatever else the mixture is. So when you say shots of Jack, you're making it sound like if everyone's to be standing there doing shots of the bar. Okay, I'm sorry, but you also said if it's sprinkling outside and it's raining, what are the smokers the only people that are allowed to be dry? I mean, you took away a whole tent area for the bands, for the customer, or the residents listening to the band, but yet the smokers are going to be dry. Can I talk?
No, there's no point
I let you, yes, there is point of order. Hey, point of order, there is a point of order during this.
Discussion, it's not a motion.
Attorney, isn't there a point of order during old, new business, whatever business we're in?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. So the next thing is, you mentioned that we have food vendors. We don't normally sue food in the park. I know we don't serve food in the park, but the Will County Health Department comes out and gives them permits, which we don't allow under our smoking ordinance. We already have a smoking section, as you said. If we're not restricting any business from sponsoring something. They want to sponsor something? Sponsor the smoking section we already have. Put your banner up, put whatever you want up there. I also have, you have the dunk tank. You brought up the dunk tank a few times. The Ability Awareness Committee said the dunk tank. We talked about it at your committee, and you guys all approved the dunk tank. I was at that meeting. You cannot say that didn't happen. So then you also have here in our own ordinance, it says, which you guys made it very clear at the last board meeting, that cigars have tobacco. It says a license is required, and no person shall sell, oh my God, no person shall sell at retail or solicit or receive an order for or keep or offer for sale or keep with the intention of selling any tobacco or tobacco product without the first obtaining a tobacco license from the village,
which they have,
for each location at which tobacco or tobacco products are sold. A separate tobacco license shall be required for each location from which tobacco or tobacco products are sold. They have a license to sell at their licensed establishment. They do not, that license is not transferable to the park.
Same goes for alcohol.
But we get a license from the state to sell on our park, and we used to get our own license from the village, which we don't get.
What you're saying makes sense.
She didn't question you all the way through.
I know I
What
didn't.
you're saying makes sense, but the thing is, when you're talking about for each location that they sell it, that would mean if they had a storefront, not under the clause of temporary like everything is here, from fireworks to parking on grass.
That's because we don't have a temporary license. It also says here, no license nor any officer, associate member, blah, 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 shall give, or coupons for tobacco products under the age of 18. But it also says all tobacco and tobacco shall be stored and offered for sale only for customers in locked cases. We don't have locked cases out there. The bottom line is, the question came about at your committee that you guys wanted to have this tobacco tent. The question also came about that your committee gets to just choose whatever it is that they like. But the committees say here that the committees are only a recommending body.
No. Can you read it to me, please?
Oh my God.
God, we'd be nice to.
Duties, under committees, understanding committees, the duties. The several, okay, wait. The several task forces herein created shall have the duty and responsibility to investigate concerns arising in the respective areas of interest, prepare drafts of legislation to address such concerns, or to otherwise promote the best interests of the village with respect to such areas, to recommend policies for the village with respect to such areas, and to undertake such other activities as may assist with the corporate authorities in transacting such items of business as are encompassed within the above-mentioned enumerated areas. Additionally,
Where are you at, please?
1013. And it goes on, and it says, all actions of any task force by the Part 3 shall be advisory in nature and shall not in any way be binding on corporate authorities of the village or require them to take or refrain from taking any action whatsoever in relation to the action or recommendation of the task force. That's task force, but there's one as well there's one that also says it for the duties and authorities.
Now can we go to committees?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why is Trustee Fielko, you let him speak, but yet the entire time you're trying to put out your stuff, he's asking you questions, he's continuously interrupting you, and I just want to know why that's allowed when...
You're right. I shouldn't allow it. You are correct. Thank you, Trustee Mason, for pointing that out. You're right. I should have addressed that. You're right. However, I'm going to turn it over to you guys because Trustee Fielko has had some comments. I've said some things, which I'm not done, but I'd like to turn it over to the trustees for a little bit. Trustee McNaughton, do you have anything right now?
I do not, thank you.
Trustee Mason?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Yes, I do. You know, we talk about a lot of the ordinance for the village, but what's good for the goose and what's good for the gander, I guess, right, or is not. You know, I smoke, and you pointed that out, and you threw 4 shots so far, but, you know, bottom line, I don't think we need to endorse that. I don't think we need to endorse smoking. We're sitting here telling businesses, you know, oh, you got to wait a year, and no, you can't have it, and it's got to come before the board, and, you know, you got to do the flip-flops. But no, because the committee said, and we'll make that decision, I think I'll go ahead and put a cigar tent in there. I'm not sure what our cost is on that, but I'll tell you what, I'd like to know exact amounts. I would like to know exact amounts on that. I don't get why a trustee, regardless of who it is, can take over a meeting. We talk about residents having 10 minutes to spew what they need to get in front of us, but yet some of us hijack these meetings at 22 minutes, 30 minutes at a shot. I don't appreciate it, and bottom line, it's ridiculous to me how this continues to go on, meeting after meeting, and we'll address that on a later note. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee Stylen.
A couple of things. First of all, a committee is never above a board decision. A board can act and decide whether something can happen or not over a committee. Second of all, the first year that the tobacco tent was there, or the beer, cigar tent, the person was a sponsor, and the fest did make a couple $1,000s off of their being there. It was obtrusive, the location. Last year, I didn't notice the location because I have no interest in participating in a cigar tent. For a lot of residents, they don't care for it. They don't like to see it. They don't like to see the model. Some residents obviously enjoy it. If it was Habano cigars, I believe Habano makes their own cigars, which would be, if you put their name out there, that's a violation of advertising laws. It's not about our ordinances. So if I could say anything, I would prefer not to have it. If you want to provide shelter for a smoking area, then maybe you do provide a tent that everybody can smoke in the smoking area. When we gave tents or whatever to food vendors, it was because we were trying to give vendors to attract food vendors. We weren't out there to make money off of them because the first 10 years of the fest or whatever, it was very hard for a food vendor to make money. Now it's probably a little bit of a different story, even though if you increase it to 15 or whatever vendors, it may not be, I don't know. But anyway, so I don't know what the purpose of the tent. If it's just to provide a smoking area and anybody can go in it, that we provide a smoking area at the fest. I don't have any objection to that. If it's like an elite thing, or if it's a vendor that's providing a place for their clients or customers to come into, then we should benefit from that. We should benefit financially from that. So those are just some of my thoughts.
Trustee Reinders, Trustee Consolino, you want the attorney to go first? Are you okay with the attorney going first, Trustee Consolino?
Okay, so we were, our firm was asked just to take a look at the existing tobacco ordinance and render an opinion on what activities cannot take place without extending their license, or without somehow this deliberative body here, by way of motion or ordinance, giving permission for a smoke shop or a smoke business to sell their products at the fest, okay? And in looking at the existing tobacco ordinance that we have, the ordinance, it's certainly the opinion of our firm that the ordinance is unique and specific to the sale of tobacco products and other things too, but for generally speaking, it restricts the sale of tobacco products to specific locations. And when you ask your question, why is tobacco and alcohol things that are looked at societally now, typically adult activities? Back in my day, when I was a young man, younger, I gotta say, smoking tobacco was a younger activity. Nowadays, it's pretty much generally accepted that it is an adult activity. And for adult activities, there has been long-standing precedent that cities, villages, states, municipalities, forms of government place restrictions on the location as to where that activity, the actually doing it, can and cannot take place. So for purposes of the tent, if there was going to be nicotine products, tobacco products sold in that tent, it was our opinion, the opinion of our law firm, that based upon this ordinance, because the license holder, it's unique and specific to the location of that premises, that have to come before this body and request an extension or some sort of a license to extend for the limited purpose of being able to sell products at that fest. Doesn't mean they can't. It's not what our opinion was. It's not what our opinion is. It doesn't mean that we're barring, it's the opinion of the law firm that you can't sell cigarettes or tobacco products at the Homer Glen Fest. No, that's not what it is. It is, we believe that that would fall within the license guidelines of this current village code, and that in order to engage in that practice, because it's unique to a specific location, which have routinely been governed and restricted by home rule municipalities like this to regulate the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens, and they'd have to come before this board and grant a license or an extension of a license to sell products at the fest. And that's what our opinion is with respect to that. And that's what we were asked to do, and that's what we provided.
May I ask you an opinion on an extension of that question?
Sure.
Can we see that for a second? In here, we don't have, so under our liquor license, we have temporary special permit or special event liquor license permits. And that's actually a letter J. We don't have a special event tobacco license. And I think it says in here, and of which I read somewhere, that it says if you were to grant them a license for such location, it is good until April 4th. So does that mean that they're going to be able to use our park to sell cigarettes till April 4th?
Madam Mayor, I don't believe that that's even before this board yet. I mean, the question was, if the question comes, our law firm, the question is, can a business, a current license holder that has a license at a specific location here, sell tobacco products at the fest and be compliant with the code? That answer, it's the opinion of our firm, no, they'd be in violation of the code. So that's where we're at with respect to that. Now, as far as extending, I'm sorry, ma'am?
No, go ahead.
As far as extending that license, that's something, or giving passing an ordinance to allow for that limited purpose or a special use, that's before this body to determine. And that's something that this body can do, or can consider, can deliberate on. That's the whole purpose of a village government like this. But the question that was asked of us was simply, if someone were to engage in a sale of tobacco products at the Homer Glen Fest, would they or would they not be in compliance with the code? And it's our opinion that you'd be not compliant.
Okay. So as of right now, they're not allowed to sell, solicit, or give away tobacco according to our ordinance.
They couldn't sell, engage in do the activities that one would do in a tobacco shop and selling tobacco products to folks without coming before this board and requesting some sort of a extension of a license for that purpose.
Okay, so the applicant was reached out by staff to ask them, if you were not allowed to sell, solicit, or give away, this is what they asked them, just for reference, would you still want the tent? And they said yes. So the question is, if we know they can't sell it because, and we're all in agreement that they can't sell it based on the attorney's opinion, correct? Okay. And they are allowed to rent the tent, or, I don't want to say sponsor the tent, because if we're paying $1,500 or $1,300 and they're giving us $1,500, but then the cost of table chairs, if we're breaking even on this tent, do we have the right to say, do we want the tent? Do we want to rent them? Do we have the right to say no, yes? How does that work?
But that's not here. If the question is, can a business license holder, and I think what I heard is that you have businesses that, pay taxes, that are otherwise, they're good businesses for the city. I mean, or the village. I mean, that's why you have them here. If they were not going to sell tobacco products and they wanted to sponsor a tent where they're not engaged in the conduct which is prohibited or which is licensed under the code, can they do that? The answer would be yes.
So it's just a smoker's tent then? Got it.
I mean, there's nothing within this code that would bar them from doing that.
Okay. So now
as a business owner, that sort of activity, if they're not selling or engaged in that conduct which is subject to the licensure, there's nothing within this code that puts restrictions on the licensure that would bar them from participating otherwise in the event.
Trustee Fialko had a question.
So, being that we have a lot of other vendors that do the same thing, we don't extend like a food vendor's license, but Will County comes out here for the health code to check, inspect, right? The inspector from Will County comes out. But we don't extend the license for any business, even the ones that come from out of town. We're not extending a business license for them. And our village code probably, I'd have to look it up for food vendors or food stores, but we don't do it for every one of those. And we don't bring every food vendor that gets approved to the board. I mean, the thing is, right now, what you're saying is they can't sell it based on that ordinance. We didn't look at every other ordinance for the rest of the fest for everything. I understand that.
But we were not asked to look at it from that prism. We were asked simply, what would a person under this code be permitted, a business, to sell their tobacco products on a location outside of the location of the license holder?
My question to you is this. It could be brought to the board that we asked to extend the liquor or the tobacco license for whoever it is as the sponsor to be able to sell it. It's not that we can't, it's just that you're saying that the board should approve extending it.
They would have some sort of deliberate process here to allow for that, to extend the license or to grant that activity, the ability to do that activity at the fest.
Well, that's fair, but I really now worry about everything else that goes on with the fest. Honestly, maybe we'll have to ask you about everything that goes on, if we're extending things properly for everything from alcohol to vendors. Because this opens up Pandora's box, honestly. Because we're looking at one thing, we have ordinances for everything we do at the fest, right? And I don't know which ones of those we should be coming back to the board for. But I understand what you're saying. If I want the tobacco, the cigar guy to be able to come out and sell cigars, we just have to bring it to the board.
Can an alcohol, so I guess a bigger question that I have too, and I'll ask the liquor commissioner, can a business that's participating in the fest, that has an alcohol license, can they just sell alcohol at the fest?
No. We have to give them a permit.
All right, so you're dealing with, and when you look at these things, you got to look at it from the prism is what sort of activity are we regulating with a specific location with? Those are those activities that society now, and people now look at it as being those adult regulated activities. And reasonably, the adult regulated activities would be things of the nature of alcohol and tobacco. And, now might as well throw in gaming too. I mean, those are typical activities that society, there's been numerous findings, and I'm not going to get into them, but societal findings that are generally accepted, that there are issues and concerns that are raised with those activities. And that's the reason why they get looked at differently, and that's the reason why regulations are more restricted with respect to those activities.
Well said, that's exactly what I was trying to say, but not as articulate. Thank you.
Okay, was there any more?
So I didn't get a chance to speak.
Oh, sorry. I thought you did, and then you said let the attorney go, so I'm sorry.
I said let him go first.
Oh, Trustee Reinders, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wrote it out because this is too much tonight. I honestly don't understand this conversation. I think this should have been kept at the committee level. There's a number of ordinances that I've witnessed this board disregard in this past year. There's several that come to mind. I've also repeatedly listened to criticism by the same board members regarding Homerfest committee over and over this past year. And so I was hoping that by tonight's appointment, that maybe this would kind of help work this out, but apparently it hasn't. So I'm going to ask the board to please stop being so petty and stop making this personal and making attacks back and forth about everything that is done at the committee level. It's not just Trustee Fialko's decisions, that's his committee. We all respect our board members. We all respect our committee members. So I don't understand what the real problem is here, but I don't believe that this should have been discussed on this level. I just don't. It should have been at the committee meeting. It should be with everybody on that committee. If you feel that it's wrong, Mayor, then you should be telling that committee why you think it's wrong. But to me, this is too much. This is why I feel like we're here. I haven't seen any of this criticism on any other committee in the past year. So I think it's extremely petty. And I think people really need to start putting their feelings aside and either work to help him with the fest and support his decisions. This is the last fest. If not, then we're not cherry picking anymore what ordinances we're going to follow or not follow, because that's been going on. And maybe Trustee Fialko's right. Maybe we should be looking at everything with a fine-tooth comb in regards to this fest that's coming up, because I'm sure there's a ton of things that we shouldn't be having. And maybe that's what needs to be happening. Maybe we shouldn't have a fest at all. I don't know. That's the direction that this seems to be going, and that's my opinion. So thank you.
Trustee Reinders, I know you want to speak, but just to talk about what you just said, Trustee Castellino, you said that no other committee has had to go under the scrutiny. In fact, our first meeting as this board was when Trustee Reinders' Parks Committee brought forward the memorial, and we started to follow the ordinances and the rules based on that. I've only been in this seat for 9 months, 10 months. I'm trying to go through ordinances as they come out. This isn't the first and only. I did talk to their committee about it. I expressed everything that was discussed here today. I had discussions with Trustee Fialko. It had to go to attorney. That's why he reviewed it. And unfortunately, it had to come to this board because the answer that came of it is, if we want to extend him a tobacco license, this board needs to know about it. So that's why I'm bringing it here. It did go to committee. It was talked about. It went back and forth. But If this board wants to allow someone to sell tobacco products on our park, we need a consensus if we even want to make that a thing. That's why it's here. To answer your question, and then to say cherry picking committees, cherry picking ordinances, that's exactly what I've been saying. That's why we're having this ordinance committee. And that's why we're reviewing everything, is because every time I come to an ordinance, I just threw one at Joe the other day and said, when he was talking about pay scales, we have an ordinance that says you can't go below or above this. Well, that's an ordinance we have, and we're already out of that range, so we need to review that too. Just because I don't bring all the ordinances doesn't mean that Joe's not ready to scream his head off back there, because I'm always constantly bringing him stuff going, Joe, you gotta look at this, Melissa, you gotta look at this, someone's gotta look at this. We're constantly reviewing things, just to answer that.
What you're saying is logical. What Trustee Mason said to Trustee Fialko was illogical. It was a personal attack. And that's what it sounded like. And that's what I'm saying. It seems like that, excuse me?
Okay, point of order, guys.
I made my point.
Trustee Reinders.
Okay, so I would, my question is, would the state allow for a tobacco store, because they're very regulated by the state and the federal government? Would and I know that for a fact because I know somebody that went to jail for illegal cigarettes and things like that. So my question is would the state allow them to bring their product to an event without a special permit or a special use from the state or the feds in order to do that? Now, even like myself as a restaurant, when I came to the Homerfest, when I participated in there, we had to get a permit from the health department to show that we were taking our stuff off-site. It had to be inspected by Will County, and also I had an event in my parking lot at the restaurant, and I had to get a permit from the state just to come outside the front door. So, I mean, I just find it hard to believe, and this has nothing to do with Dan. I think Dan does a great job with the festival, and I think the fests have run. I'm sorry, for Trustee Fialko. I think he's done a fabulous job all, the years that he's managed the fest. And I do think that this all goes back to reviewing our ordinances. If we're gonna do something for one, we gotta do it for all. We have to follow the rules for everything. So I'm a non-smoker. I can't stand the smell of smoke. I can't stand being around it. I can't stand people that when they breathe on you, it's just, to me, it's very offensive. Last year, when I was at the fest, and I love Habano, I buy stuff for all of my friends there that do smoke cigars, but to walk through there, and you were right next to the entertainment, it was terrible. It was like you were walking through this cloud of smoke. So with that said, I mean, I don't try to go against any businesses. I want all of us to all succeed, but at the end of the day, because I know that they are so regulated by the state and the feds, that I think that this is something that should be looked into, whether or not they have to have a special permit. And also, we need to create something on our books if we're gonna allow something like this to move forward. We need to have a yay or nay, or, revise an ordinance in order for this to be able to happen.
And that's why it came here.
Right.
Because I'm again, asking the board, because I know there's a time restriction, right?
Yes.
If we allow this person or this business to have a smoker's tent, and in years past, in 2 years we've had this tent, we've allowed them to sell. After looking through this, because I've been very nerdy lately and reading everything that comes before me, I realized that there wasn't. And the discussion didn't go well. So the only way I can get things addressed with all of us together is here.
Well, I believe that everybody should be held to the same standard. If you have to, if the food vendors have to do it, if the bands have to provide a contract, I mean, there's steps that are in place, and everybody should be following the same steps, whether it's parks, whether it's Homerfest, whether it's any committee. We all should be following the same policies and procedures.
So moving forward from this, Trustee Steinle, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was just going to add that if you're not financially benefiting from that tent, then every business in Homer Glen should be able to have a tent the same. And I think that people would like that. So
it's a big
so when you're talking about treating everybody equally, that isn't treating everybody equally. So because that's what happened, I guess, last year when you looked at the finances.
I misunderstood what you said. So can you say that again? What you?
So basically, what
saying
she's saying
preferential.
Is, no.
I'm asking her. Okay. Trustee.
That if you're not benefiting financially, the village, from having that smoker's tent, because it's like a break even, then every business in Homer Glen ought to be able to have a presence with a tent at the fest, if you want to treat everybody equally. So it doesn't make sense to do that on that level. You're treating.
So what trustees?
Businesses that are vendors, you don't make a profit off of them except for the cost difference in the tent. And that's where the cost difference in the tent is for the smokers thing. Sam's had a tent out there. I don't know how the tent for Sam's ended up out there last year, but Sam had a tent out there, which again, that was a business that had a tent out there. But we have all these other tents and vendors, and I don't know what you're trying, you're saying if they make a profit, everybody, we've talked at committee with you present about trying to bring in vendors like Orland Park does, and they've got 40 of them lined up, 20 on each side, and that would be great. I think we put it past Chris, but she thought right now it's kind of too late in the game. But everybody says every year that would be a good idea to allow those businesses to come in, but you know yourself from being there, it just never came to fruition.
Well, Trustee Fielkow, if I can ask, Sam's, you said Sam's had a tent.
There was, yeah.
What was in their tent? How big was it? Who paid for it?
I don't know. I don't know who allowed it. I don't know why it was there.
You don't know what they did inside?
They were giving something away. I don't know even how the tent popped up.
Do you know if they gave money to be there?
I do not know.
Okay, that seems odd that you wouldn't know. You seem to know everything about that fest.
A lot of things happened last year that I didn't know exactly until it happened. So the thing is, they did have a tent out there last year. I'd have to call him and ask him what
I was just curious, like for an example,
he had 3 people working in that tent. He was not there, and he was giving something away. I don't know if it was a coupon or what it was.
Interesting.
But it was like last minute, and it didn't come from the committee. And same thing with the Narcan trailer, that just kind of popped up. There was no communication with the Narcan trailer, but they came in at the last minute and we made room for them. But so the thing is, that's gaming, and gaming had a tent there, and I don't think they were making a profit, but I don't still to this day know how and why that tent was up and who allowed it.
I didn't even know that either.
I tried asking and nobody had an answer. And it was not done through me or committee.
No idea. So my question, I guess, comes down to is if we're going to, to Trustee Steinle's point, is what she's saying is if we're just going to buy a tent, let's just say the tent was $1,500 and they're going to give us $1,500 for the tent. What is the difference if we allow a nail salon or the grocery store or anybody else? We could just simply rent tents, and where does it stop for break even? That is, I guess that's to attest to what Trustee Stein is saying, and I actually agree with that. Since we already have a smoking section, I wouldn't be opposed to them putting up their banners if they're allowed to, because I don't know if that's in our soliciting, where the existing smoking section is, and then leave that space for other businesses if that's what we're going to do. I mean, I'm not saying that the fest is all about making money, but we don't want to lose money either at the same time. So
Wasn't there a complaint last year too, if I remember correctly, about alcohol being served in there?
That wasn't last year, that was the year before.
Yeah, I think it happened last year too.
There was a complaint, but we looked into it and there was no alcohol. I do remember that now that you say that. So anyways, here we are. This is why this is being brought before when Chris had reached out to, we're talking about Smokers Kingdom, by the way, had reached out to Smokers Kingdom and said, hey, if you cannot do these 3 things, do you still want the tent? And his answer was yes. But the contract hasn't been signed or given to him just yet because that dollar amount of what the tent is something that I'd like to bring back to the FES committee, or you bring to the FES committee to have them discuss, because the contract said $1,550 for this. But the contract also said that they can sell whatever they wanted that they usually sell in their store, so that needs to be changed. There's things that need to be changed. However, is it this board's decision or want to offer a tobacco license if it is allowed by the state to do that? To sell their own product like this? These are the things I need to know.
I would lead on Trustee Reiner's because she had a business and she wanted to go to her own parking lot. And
well, that was I'm assuming you wanted your alcohol to come outside.
Right.
That's why.
Right.
So yeah. Trustee Fialko, yeah.
Well, our attorney looked into this already. If we're under home rule and it's a tobacco license, how much does the state have to be involved with, if we were to allow a cigar bar to be in there? Does the statute say that they have to be involved? Or is it only our ordinance that you're talking about that we have to
Rose and I are both like,
We'd have to look in to see if there's any sort of state.
the state does.
We have to know exactly, you have to know, when you're dealing with the state regulation, you have to know, in a potentially federal regulation, you gotta know all the demographic of who's gonna be there, the exact location of where this is gonna be, those sorts of things.
There's lots of things.
Can you finish up with looking into it with that part? Because that would be the end cap to it, to know what we need, right?
Again, that's why I'm bringing it here, is because I don't want to pay the attorney to look into something that this board is not interested in.
Well, we're not
That's why.
familiar with the federal statute or state statute of tobacco that he would be speaking to.
And the reason why we say that is because there's a myriad of restrictions that the federal government places on advertising, just common advertising of cigarette products, tobacco products.
Right.
I mean, since the 1970s, it's well known that tobacco commercials and things of that nature have been barred. The FTC, the FCC regulations barred them. So there's a whole slew of statutes and regulations and things that we'd have to look into for you. You know, the specific question that we were asked is that could they sell it under our existing ordinance? And that question was no, because the ordinance was specific to a location.
But there was you could take it to the board.
Correct.
But the board is now asking, do we need to look at the state statute or the federal?
But do we want to, is the question. I don't want to pay these attorney fees, because we keep talking about how expensive these attorney fees. I'm trying to slim it down as much as I can. If this board does not even want to look into allowing a business to sell tobacco products, because it says in the contract, anything in their store. I don't know if they have gummies. I don't even know what's in this store. Do they have pipes? Do they have all this stuff? I mean, I don't even know what other kind of things that other.
Well, the only thing they had.
Like adult things, I don't know. So I mean, I don't.
Oh, just cigars?
Yeah, they also have like adult toys in that business. So
That's the joint, I think.
also in this business. So I just want to be specific. So hold on. So, because
He only sells cigars, that's what I wanted to say. He didn't they weren't selling anything.
right, but the contract, it actually says anything that they regularly sell in their store.
Right, so that would have to be changed.
Right, but so that's my point is, does this board want the attorney to even look into this, to allow somebody to sell anything he sells in a store, tobacco, just cigars, or nothing at all? Like, are we just going to say no sale? We're going to leave our ordinance the way it is and no sale?
And or advertising. Just like
Soliciting, but they're allowed to still have a banner, because I believe that falls under the freedom of speech thing.
no, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
We
So,
went through this with the T-shirts a couple of years ago.
okay, so for the first question, I know Craig already stated what his consensus was. Do we want Trustee Mason, do you even want to allow cigarette sales or tobacco sales?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
That would be your threshold issue. Do you want to allow?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Licensed businesses in Homer Glen that have an existing tobacco license in Homer Glen to be able to sell at the site? You know,
That's
you
what
can,
I'm
you can
trying to
fashion
get.
restrictions around that, but that's the threshold.
Do you want to allow that?
Or do you want to explore that possibility?
Or explore that? Do you want to pay the attorney to look into this?
No.
Sue, or Trustee Stein, I'm so sorry.
I would prefer not, so I guess I'll say no.
Trustee Reinders.
I already know what the answer is, so I'm going to say no.
Trustee Fialko.
I think the attorney has already given his opinion, though, that with the license part of it and us extending it. Should there be something that comes up outside, we're assuming right now a statute, and we're assuming federal, and we're attaching all these things that we didn't attach to liquor, but that would fall in the same category. So I almost think that we should be looking into it for the future, and so we know what we can do later on.
I guess the question is, even if the attorney comes back and says, you can go ahead, does this board want to go ahead? And so far I've heard no's.
I think the question was kind of turned. It was, would you be okay with approving a cigar bar at Homerfest and allowing the business to participate?
In
Not
selling.
do we
In
want to pay
selling.
the lawyer? Yeah, and selling cigars.
Right. So if the attorney comes back and says that he is allowed to sell per state statute or per the federal government or whatever, does this board want to make an ordinance or to move forward with allowing this person to sell? And I've gotten 1, 2, 3 no's.
I don't think the question, you worded the question.
Okay, since you've reheard my question.
The answer is still no.
Trustee Stylen?
No.
Trustee Reinders?
No.
Trustee Fialko?
Abstain.
Trustee Consolino?
We're not voting, we're just.
But I mean, a consensus.
If it was legal, absolutely, I would permit it, and I would have agreed to have the attorney look it up, but I guess it's a dead point, so.
Okay, that's all. I just don't want to spend money into looking at something the board doesn't want anyways. Okay, so now we have this tent at Homerfest, and this business would like to still have this tent, knowing he cannot sell, solicit, or give away. Is the board okay with that?
I don't have a problem.
I don't even know if, do we have a decision in that? I don't even know.
I don't know what the purpose of the tent is at that point, but
What does the committee,
Sponsorships for everything.
what does the committee want to do with it?
Well, the committee at the time, when I explained to them they couldn't sell, or that this person couldn't, they said, put it back to the business owner. So would you like to go back to committee to see what they want to do?
It's not my decision.
Sir, the committee already did speak on this at the last meeting. The committee said yes to Smoker's Kingdom. The committee also said yes to the tent. We voted on it, and we could go back to the minutes if you like. The committee said Smoker's Kingdom, I put it to a vote, and we also talked about the tent in case, because of this situation. If he could not sell items, do you want to still reach out to him through the events coordinator, which is Chris Pasquini? And they said yes, and she did already reach out to him, and he already said, based on what the committee came up with, that he would participate as a sponsor of the tent without selling
But it's not a sponsor if they're breaking even, is what I'm saying. You're not
Yes, you are.
sponsoring.
There's
no,
people that don't make money. Hawk Auto gives $5,000. They're not making money. Or
But wait a minute, Hawk Auto doesn't have a $5,000 tent that we have to pay out.
right.
They don't get a $5,000 banner. My point is, we are giving somebody something for $1,500, and they are giving us $1,500, but that is not a sponsor. That is.
Hawk Realtor would give them real estate, though. They were giving them a spot to put their vehicles. We're giving them something. We are trading.
But that spot is, but we're not losing $5,000 in that spot. We don't have to pay the ground for them to park their car there, $5,000. We get that
Ma'am,
money.
you're not losing any money on the tent. He's paying $1,500 for a $1,300 tent.
The tent isn't 13.
Yes, it's 13 something.
It's 13 something, but you also have to put tables and chairs, which costs money. Labor,
No,
you have.
tables and chairs come with the whole deal. We get the tables.
But no, they don't come with the cost of the tent. You have to pay for the tables and the chairs separately.
It's still not.
No, you're breaking even,
You're
is what's
breaking-
happening.
Basically, you're breaking even.
Do we pay for a banner for them to be put on there?
No.
They bring their own banner.
They had their own banner, yeah.
Okay, but my point is, they're not a sponsor if they're giving us money and we're giving them something back that costs the same amount. That's not a sponsor. A sponsor is somebody giving us $5,000 and we give them a $1,500 tent. We made $3,500. They're sponsoring $3,500 for us. That's a sponsor.
What he's sponsoring is the smoker's tent.
There you go.
But they're not sponsoring it. Oh my God, I can't. Okay.
Don't you not see it's something for the benefit?
Don't you have a sponsorship form?
We do.
Okay, I think that needs to be.
But the thing is, he's providing an area for people. He's sponsoring a tent for the area for people to be able to smoke in, right? So he's providing a benefit to the people that are participating.
As ex officio of a committee, do I get to vote on things?
I believe so.
Do I get to dictate meetings? Do I get to bring anything up to the agenda or the members?
You'd be able to put items on the agenda in the same manner that any committee member would.
Okay. All right. I think we beat that up enough. There's nothing on the agenda for workshop. Is there any more new business?
But okay, so we're okay with him, with the tent, with sponsoring the tent, right?
It's not a sponsorship.
Okay, but okay.
We can talk about that after. I think
but that's why we're all here, right?
No,
I mean, I'd like to let the dust settle and at least know where we're at on the thing. As far as Mike or the attorney would say, didn't sound like there'd be a problem with that.
But the problem is now, you have a packet that talks about sponsorships, right?
They do.
We have to look at I don't have the packet of sponsorships in front of me.
Yeah.
If somebody's giving us $2,000, $1,500, if I gave $1,500 because I just wanted a banner out somewhere, I'm a sponsor. If I am giving $1,500 and getting something back in return that actually costs $1,500, that's not a sponsor. Does that make sense to anybody else?
No, it does make sense, yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand if I'm explaining myself correctly. It's equal goods.
It's a wash.
It's not like they're giving us $15,000 or $1,500 and they're providing their own tent. Then that would be a sponsor. If they provide their own tent, but they gave us $1,500, that's a sponsor.
Yeah, but if we're paying for their
But if we're paying for them to have this tent, that's not a sponsor. We don't say Pelican, or we don't say, what other food vendors are? We don't say they're sponsors, we say they're food vendors. So, no, they're not a sponsor, but if we're providing them a goods and service, that's just, they're having a tent, they're not a sponsor.
Okay, he's still a vendor without selling anything then, is what you're saying?
Because we don't have a license to let them allow them to sell.
Right, so if he doesn't sell anything and he's still there, right?
What will he be doing? Just providing a place for people to smoke?
I guess he could provide matches.
No, it's solicitation.
No, not of tobacco, right?
Solicitation of any of his product. You can't have like a pamphlet or anything that has his name on it.
Can't cut a cigar, can't light it, can just...
Oh, I don't know if he can cut cigar. I don't know about that far, but I just know solicitation's under there.
So I don't have a yes or no answer for the tent.
What is your question?
That was 25.
The committee has approved it, that's all I know.
Approve them to have a tent.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to do what in there? Just smoke, just like they can do anywhere else in the park or in the smoking section. We're going to provide a tent for them, equal fair trade of goods. They're not a sponsor. So I guess the question, would then go to the attorney. How does the committee just gets to decide that they have a break-even tent? Okay, I'm not going to argue that with you. If they want to have a tent and pay the exact amount for the tent that it cost us, not be a sponsor, not sell anything, not give anything away, if that's what they want to do, that's fine. I think it would make more sense for them, business-wise, to just give the $1,500 and be a sponsor than just have a tent. That's a business motto.
And just for the notes, he gave $6,000 2 years ago.
2 years ago, we're talking about 2015. That sponsorship didn't continue on for 3 years.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Where's that money now? It's not, it's a wash. So it's an advertising opportunity is what it is.
Yes.
You just, I won't say.
Okay, so there's no more new business. I do see that there's no workshop. I know that I see executive session, nothing was listed. We were supposed to go in there for 3 items. Village Manager Joe Baber and Attorney Pasquinelli, is there anything that is significant to go in tonight? I just can't do it anymore tonight.
No, Madam Mayor, I don't have anything.
I have a headache.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
So, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Night.